Is everybody ready? All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Tuesday, April 18th Lawrence City Commission. Without further ado, I'll have Sherry give us a rundown.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and good evening, everyone. If you are attending this meeting via Zoom, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. When you are participating, please unmute and turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to the meeting host. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, those attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. Those participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Participants will be called upon in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Sherry. We'll start off with item A, approving the agenda. City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Can I get a motion for that?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, the first and the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? It is approved. All right, moving on. Item B, recognition, proclamation, and presentation. Our first one is proclaim April 2023 as National Autism Awareness Month. And I believe we have somebody here to go ahead and speak to that, Mr. Charlie Owens.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, and fellow Lawrence community members. My name is Charlie Charles Fordyce Owens. I am joined by my grandfather and my teacher, Miss Elizabeth Shirley. I am grateful to accept this pronouncement. I have a twin brother named Max. We were developed with autism when we were about 2.5 years old. We were lucky to have many people help us develop skills to help us become who we are. And next month, we're going to graduate from Free State. I will attend KU, and Max will continue his skill building with our public school district. We love to go shopping, eat out, see a movie, go for a run, ride bikes, act, dance, and most of all, visit our awesome public library. We feel welcome in Lawrence and have been lucky to have access to support, patience, and love. That is what makes a difference for us and other people with autism. This pronouncement tells us our community understands to continue to welcome us by making sure there is enough space for us to be who we are, just like everybody else.
Thank you, Charlie. That was awesome. And Charlie was here with his teacher, Miss Beth Shirley, as well. And Charlie did an outstanding job. I'll go ahead and start the proclamation. Whereas autism spectrum disorder, is a complex mental condition and a lifelong developmental disability characterized by difficulties in a way a person communicates or interacts with others. And whereas the development of autism can be influenced by a combination of genetic and environmental factors and is often accompanied by other medical issues. And whereas People with autism have a set of symptoms unique to themselves. The experience with autism is individual and personal, and whereas the prevalence of autism in children has risen from affecting 1 in every 44 children in 2018 to 1 in every 36 children in 2020, or just over 2.7% of 8-year-old children in the U.S., and whereas for the first time, higher prevalence rates have been recorded among Black, non-Hispanic, Hispanic, Asian, Pacific Islander children compared to white non-Hispanic children, and whereas underemployment of autistic individuals is estimated as high as 85% globally. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Vice Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby recognize Sunday, April 2nd as 2023 World Autism Awareness Day and proclaim the month of April 2023 as National Autism Awareness Month in the City of Lawrence, and urge residents to provide access and information to and resources that support people with autism along with their family, friends in a setting and a higher standard of total acceptance and opportunity to live independently and work in Lawrence and Douglas County whenever possible. All right.
Is it time I can make a public comment on this? On the proclamation?
Are you?
On autism? I cannot?
We don't generally do.
Yeah, I don't think we do.
Discretion.
Okay, so I have to wait till
You-
general public?
Yeah, general
Okay,
public comment.
Perfect.
All right. Looks like our next one is proclaimed Saturday, April 22nd, 2023 as Earth Day. And looks like we'll have Kathy Richardson to speak to that. Oh, I'm sorry. And will you be by yourself or will you be on a crew?
Enter. Yes.
You too.
Derek Rogers and Will from Watkins. All right.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Kathy Richardson. I'm the City Sustainability Director, and I'm also the champion of the environmental sustainability commitment within our strategic plan. With me tonight is Derek Rogers, the Director of Parks and Rec, and he is the outcome champion for unmistakable identity, as well as Will Haynes from the Watkins Museum of History. So the City of Lawrence is excited to celebrate Earth Day 2023 with community-wide activities throughout the month of April. This year's Earth Day theme is Invest in Our Planet. This highlights the importance of dedicating our time, resources, and energy to solving climate change and other environmental issues. The city is joining our community in commemorating Earth Month with educational activities, volunteer events, and more. A few events to highlight tonight and to invite you and the public to participate in are the 9th Annual Kansas River Cleanup, which is on Saturday, April the 22nd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is a great way to celebrate Earth Month by giving back to the Kansas River. Join Friends of the Caw and their partners, which are the Nature Conservancy, the Merck Co-op, and the City of Lawrence, to clean up the riverbank below Bowersock Dam. Also, on April 22nd, come celebrate the wonderful planet at Prairie Park Nature Center's Earth Day event. It's from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Bring the whole family to enjoy exciting animal programs, crafts, and a carnival game with earth-friendly prices and gift cards. And later in the afternoon, also on the 22nd, stop by South Park for the Lawrence Earth Day Fair from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. This is co-hosted by Watkins Museum of History and the City of Lawrence. The Earth Day Fair will include a wide range of crafts, activities, and information about our planet's amazing natural resources and how we can protect them. The Lawrence Transit will be on site as well with one of our electric buses, and a full list of participating organizations and activities are listed on the Watkins Museum of History's website. But I did want to open it up if Watkins wanted to provide just a few words about the collaboration and partnership.
Very brief
Yeah.
words. I'll just say that I've been continually gratified and appreciative of the city's commitment to environmental issues and recognition that the livability of our community is directly tied to how we care for our natural resources, and also by their commitment to Earth Day, which has a history in Lawrence going all the way back to the first Earth Day in 1970, and their willingness to work with us to keep this tradition going, and just work on our goals for continually enhancing our city and this place that we call home. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. All right, and on to the proclamation. Whereas the global community continues to face extraordinary challenges such as environmental degradation, extreme weather events, resource shortages, and global health issues, and whereas the first Earth Day occurred 53 years ago when millions of Americans took to the streets, college campuses, and hundreds of cities to protest environmental ignorance and demand a new way forward for our planet, and in the years since, the Lawrence government, organizations, businesses, and residents have celebrated and echoed this appreciation and call to action. And whereas the accelerating climate crisis requires action by all communities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to protect our planet for future generations and adapt to the climate threats, and whereas the Lawrence Strategic Plan highlights environmental sustainability as a core commitment, meaning that we consider the environmental consequences of every decision, big and small, knowing that our actions have impacts beyond our boundaries. We protect and restore our ecosystem to make it healthier and more balanced for future generations. And this commitment, along with the other 5 commitments of the strategic plan, guide our budget, policy decisions, and whereas Earth Day offers people an opportunity to make, renew, and celebrate commitments that will protect the quality of life and Earth for generations to come. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Vice Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2023 as Earth Day and urge residents, businesses, institutions to celebrate the Earth through one's own actions and support of the city's ongoing sustainability initiatives. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right. And looks like our third proclamation is to proclaim April 24th through 28th, 23 as Tree City USA Week and Friday, April 28th, 2023 as Arbor Day.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Littlejohn and Commissioners. My name is Tyler Fike. I'm the Horticulture and Forestry Manager within Parks and Recreation for the City of Lawrence. The proclamation you'll read this evening will inform us a little bit about the history of Arbor Day. So I'll speak to the city's efforts through 2022 and also upcoming in 23 to help sustain our urban canopy here in the city. So this aligns with key performance indicator under the unmistakable identity number 14, which tracks the number of trees planted, removed, and maintained to maintain a healthy tree canopy within the city. So for 2022, we planted 713 trees, pruned 1,952, and removed 794. And this got us just almost to that number that we're shooting for, which I believe is 3,400. So we're tracking very well already through the first quarter of 2023 for that. Also in 22, we did receive the Growth Award with this Tree City USA. So that recognizes kind of above and beyond efforts in urban forestry. And so I believe the last one we received in that was 2017. So it's been a few years. So that was nice to see. A few things that we did last year, some of our arborists received additional credentials. So we had 2 arborists receive tree risk assessment qualifications through the International Society of Arboriculture. So this involves doing tree risk assessments on city trees to make sure that they're safe for our community. And then also we added another board certified master arborist through that same credentialing outfit. And so the City of Lawrence employs 2 of the 9 board certified master arborists in the state of Kansas. So I think that's a pretty, a nice feather in our cap. Last year at the St. Patrick's Day Parade, we handed out about 500 tree seedlings, and that was just really well received by the community, so we upped that to 1,000 this year, and still we had people upset that we didn't have enough for everyone. So we'll evaluate those numbers as we go forward. Also, a thing we're working with is with the Lawrence Fruit Tree Project. We planted some trees, some fruit trees, productive fruit trees at city bus stops, and we're also doing that at some city parks around as well to provide some productive resources for our city. So thank you to the Commission's continued efforts to support these efforts within our city.
Thank you. All right. I'll start with the proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas the year 2023 marks the 151st anniversary of this holiday called Arbor Day, and was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling cost, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide for habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas Lawrence, Kansas has been recognized in its 45th year as Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and the Kansas Forest Service, and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Vice Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the week of April 24th to 28th, 2023 as Tree City USA Week, and Friday, April 28th, 2023 as Arbor Day, and urge all citizens to support efforts to care for our trees and woodlands, to support our city's community forestry program, and to plant trees to gladden the hearts and promote the well-being of present and future generations. Thank you, guys. All right, that will move us on to public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. First person for public.
Hello, I'm Linda Weinmaster.
Thank you.
I dread the month dedicated to autism awareness and the do nothing to prevent or reverse the damage done to a generation of children and adults from mercury poisoning via childhood vaccine. My son will be 32 this year. When he was diagnosed with autism, the doctors told us, hopeless and helpless. The schools put these children in self-contained classrooms with little expertise in dealing and teaching those with autism. In my son's case, his disorder, which is not mental illness, was iatrogenic, doctor-caused, by injecting mercury into infants. We have been told to celebrate autism. Nope. I don't need an annual April reminder to be aware of it. The lip service of this feel-good proclamation lacks substance. When I had my first child, the rate of autism was 1 in 10,000. We are 2 years away from 50% of our children developing autism in their lifetime. What plans are being made for the adults that have aged out of school? Many, like my son, live at home and will live with family members when we are no longer... Can you stop my clock? Because
Yes.
I'm really being annoyed. Who was this? This guy.
Hey,
Stop.
we will take care of that. We just
Please.
wanted to go ahead and stop your clock so you could have your time. But please, everybody in the audience, or public, I'm sorry, please be quiet while the speaker is speaking. Thank you.
All right. Now I've got to remember where I was. Okay, many like my son will live at home and will live with family members where we're no longer able to care for him. What about the others that don't have family? The elementary schools in Lawrence were amazing in the 90s and early 2000s. Schools are challenging for children with behavior disorders. Most days, the ill-prepared teachers would call the resource officers to the self-contained classrooms, which the LEOs would follow with their training. With my disabled son, a 100-pound 12-year-old, This occurred throughout junior and high school. In 2006, I worked with Captain Dave Cobb of Lawrence Police Department to train officers how to interact with people. Has there been any follow-up training? The planning for housing and community living options for developmentally delayed and autistic adults is taking a backseat to the planning for homeless. 85% of the homeless have substance abuse problems or criminal history. I don't come in here to make demands for safer illegal drugs, better services, food, basic needs, toilets, and showers, for you to hire someone to monitor my activities or to clean up my mess. I have never demanded a meeting, or have you met with the autism community, asked what we would need for better quality of life. The only community making these demands are the homeless, who are free to roam, camp, and not obey the laws. I just want you to stop raising my taxes and illegally charging a select number of homeowners to pave Queens Road, put in sewer lines, which I already have, stop lights that we don't need. We have paid plenty in income, property, food, sales tax, and other taxes over the past 24 years of living and owning property here. Please return Lawrence to a safe community.
All right. Next person or anybody else for public comment?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and we just had some proclamations today, and we've had numerous ones in the past, and I have been thinking this past month about that, and I mean, I'm not against any of the past proclamations. I think it's good that the city recognizes different members of its community. And with that thinking, I think it's time druggies should have recognition of their culture also. April 20th is 420, and that's the holiday for potheads. I myself have celebrated this holiday with fellow citizens here in Lawrence over the years, and it is a holiday for some people. So, and speaking of past proclamations, the city has proclaimed Star Wars Day before. If the city is willing to stand with its Star Wars fans, why can't it stand with its potheads? Lawrence can't legalize marijuana, but it could at least make recognition of a day special to many potheads, especially when this group is currently being screwed over by our state government refusing to legalize it. Since lowering the fine for marijuana years ago, what has the city done for its drug community? Proclaiming this is a small thing the city could do for them. Also, I'm going to bring it up, Bicycle Day. Y'all might want to start thinking about some of this stuff, because psychedelic users deserve the city proclaiming a day for them too. Just because the state or federal government is against psychedelics doesn't mean this city has to take the same stand. I say stand with the psychedelic users and proclaim April 19th as Bicycle Day. People are microdosing. I mean, I know Bicycle Day is for acid and LSD, but I mean, in terms of psychedelics, mushrooms is a psychedelic, and people are medically using mushrooms right now. I mean, and some cities have decriminalized mushrooms, so I think y'all need to start doing better for the drug community. And I just wanted to say I hope you all and everyone here has a far out Bicycle Day and a smoking 420. Thank you.
My name's Nicole. This is regarding the proclamation for autism. I find it odd that the CDC made this announcement that now 1 in 36 children have autism, but the statement did not indicate any curiosity as to what is causing this. Wouldn't we expect the CDC to question why, or state how they intend to do more research or to offer some of their federal resources to help families? The recommended public health action per the CDC for you all as a local community is to develop enhanced infrastructure to provide equitable diagnostic treatment and support services for all children with autism. So will Lawrence and Douglas County heed this healthcare recommendation with the same gung-ho shove it in your face way that they did when they followed the CDC's recommendations for COVID?
My name is Joe Herrick, and I'd like to speak just a little bit about, I think we've lost track of the big picture. If we take some of the writings of our founding fathers, the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, and this is just paraphrasing, but it states that all men are created equal with certain unalienable rights. The rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They're not discriminating against any particular race or individual. All men. And men create governments to secure these rights. And it seems to me that all we've done is trampled on these rights. If we look back over the last 2.5 years, what we've endured with COVID, I don't think people realize the damage that's been done. And there's many people out there who have been injured, and as far as I know, there's no money to help them. If you look at the data, it's staggering. I think one of the most accurate is the actuaries from the big group life insurance companies. We're talking about millions of people. And if you look at the class of working class, the most productive, the most healthy in our nation, they have endured a 40% increase in excess deaths once these shots come on board. And the actuaries, they will tell you that if there's a 10% increase, that's a once in 200-year event. We've been killing people with these shots. And as far as I know, we're still promoting them. And I think all of this could be avoided if our elected officials took their oath of office seriously.
Can you stop this time? When I said stop speaking, I meant for everybody. So please. All right, continue.
Okay. What I started to say was I believe that all of our elected officials have disregarded their oaths of office, and that is to defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of Kansas. And I would ask people that are having a hard time believing about these deaths to contact the local morticians, which I have not done. But I think they're going to tell you exactly the same thing. This has been devastating to the human race. Thank you.
All right. Any more public comments? Sherry, is there any public comment online?
Yes.
Lawrence, accountability.
Yeah, I just wanted to join the meeting tonight for a few minutes to let you know about what's transpiring, whether you realize it or not.
Can you please state your name?
My name is Lawrence Accountability. Can you restart my time?
I haven't started it.
Okay, I joined the meeting tonight to let some people know what's going on that they may not be aware of. At the Lawrence support site, the homeless encampment in North Lawrence, on the 21st, there was a woman found dead. Myself and another reporter were called out there, mostly as advocates, to be there to help them struggle with the death of a friend, if for lack of a better word. During that encounter, your staff, Cicely Thornton from Chicago, Illinois, made the decision to trespass people from that place. Over the course of the next week, I tried to find out a reason for the trespass and some definition to how long it was going to last. As far as I knew, it was permanent. And not only was it one property, it was the other 2 properties that I hadn't even been on. Sherry, if you'd put that timer back on my screen, that'd be convenient. So over the course of the next week, I tried to find out what was going on. So on Monday the 7th, I decided to challenge that, and I let Mr. Finkeldine know that was coming. And when I went out there, I told the staff personnel that I was respectfully challenging this and just asked the police to be cool, which everybody was cool except for I get issued a summons. Okay, we'll go to court for trespassing off a city property. That's interesting. But Cicely Thornton directed that, so the police did it, because the police just do whatever they're directed to do, because they're just following orders. So over the course of the next 2 days, I try to find out what exactly, what are we doing? Nobody wants to answer me. So I go back on the 29th and do another challenge. This time, police don't even come out. Staff calls, but police refuse to respond. They happened to come out on an unrelated call, so I got to talking to one of them, and he says he found out at shift briefing that the trespassing is invalidated, that they're not enforcing it. So police are not going to enforce a trespass. Okay, so I'm assuming that that means my summons is pretty much invalid as well. No, I find out, I try to contact Brandon McGuire. He won't say anything. I ended up following him out of City Hall at the end of work one day because he refused to answer me by the 5 o'clock deadline that he gave. So I end up getting Hayden Fowler, who tells me that, yeah, trespassing's been suspended. They're doing a reset and they're going to figure it all out, but I'm still being prosecuted. So I go to court on April 12th, and yeah, Beth Afoka is going to prosecute me on this. Pretty interesting, isn't it? Now, during that, they've quit trespassing anybody. And the other night, they had somebody out there the police couldn't make leave. I stood up a watch. The next day, they can trespass again.
Time.
Okay. Any further public comment online, Sherry?
That's it, Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right, I'll move us to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on any item, on an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda, will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Would any of the commissioners like to pull any item from the consent agenda? Okay. All right, I'll extend that to the public. Would anybody in the public like to pull any items from the consent agenda? And would anyone online like to pull any items from the consent agenda?
No.
All right.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed? Aye, I'm sorry, that was 4-0. So it is approved. Okay. Looks like we have a work session. Let me see if I can get down there.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. This is Britt Comcano.
All right.
The city's economic development director. I'm going to see if I can get my presentation up here. Okay. Tonight we're going to do an update on the prosperity and economic security outcome area. Specifically, we're going to have our collaborative partners talk about their work and accomplishments in helping us meet the needs of this outcome area. And let's see, I'm losing my PowerPoint. I'm not sure if you can see that or not. It doesn't seem to be showing up.
You need to share it.
Yeah, I don't believe it's showing up, Brett.
Okay. Oh, Kurt, I may need some help on sharing this. Thanks, Sherry. I've just got the PDF up. Thank you, Sherry. As a reminder, the Prosperity and Economic Security Outcome Area fosters an environment that provides all businesses and people with the opportunity for economic security and intentionally acknowledges and removes and prevents barriers created by systemic and institutional injustice. Our community succeeds because of collective prosperity and a vibrant, sustainable local economy. We have 10 key performance indicators, or KPIs, in this outcome area. We will be covering 5 of those tonight with the presentations. I wanted to let you know our collaborative partners tonight is CORE, Kyle Johnson with the Douglas County Connections, Opportunities and Resources for Entrepreneurs, is here to talk about his work and that group's work. The Chamber and EDC of Lawrence and Douglas County will have Steve Kelly talk about their work. Kevin Kelly with the Peasley Tech Center will be talking about his work. And then finally, Adam Courtney with the KU Innovation Park will talk about his work. So very briefly, CORE will talk about their website development, their quarterly ecosystem roundtables, and their annual pitch competition. Peasley will talk about their apprenticeship program, the new programs, and their Crunch Business Igniter and Prototyping Center. KUIP will talk about their target industry growth and business services and accelerated growth, and their KU Innovation Park expansion. And finally, we'll have the Chamber EDC talk about their minority and entrepreneurial support revolving loan fund, their target industry development, and their early education initiatives. So I'm not going to take up any more time. I'm going to let them go ahead and get right to their presentation. So I think we'll start with Kyle. And I assume you know how to handle all this.
I hope so, but I might need a little bit of help as well.
I apologize for that.
Let's get this open first. Which one? This one right here.
Yep.
Okay, now. Right?
Yep. Perfect.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. I'll speak fast. I have a lot to cover, as you know, but for the sake of the other listeners, I'm Kyle Johnson, a local entrepreneur. I'm also a co-founder of CORE. CORE is a new nonprofit focused on accelerating our local entrepreneurial ecosystem, and the City of Lawrence has helped fund CORE. Entrepreneurship matters because entrepreneurs create companies, companies create jobs, and jobs fund public services that enhance our community: roads, parks, education, arts, healthcare, safety, and more. Unfortunately, a 2018 study found Lawrence ranked last among nearly 400 communities in the U.S. in providing jobs for its residents with college degrees. We create talent with and without college degrees, and people want to live here, but they often need to commute outside of Lawrence to work, or they need to leave to find a job elsewhere. We can fix this through economic development, which is a mixture of business retention and recruitment. We need both, and CORE is focused on retaining local early-stage entrepreneurs and helping them create local jobs. The Kauffman Foundation has found that nearly all net new job creation comes from startups. And when we say startups, we're talking about all new businesses, not just tech companies. The OECD, the world's top economists, have concluded that the best way to create startups is through the entrepreneurial ecosystem approach, which is a bunch of interdependent actors and programs focused on making entrepreneurship easier. Building an ecosystem is complex, and the OECD has found that a new kind of entrepreneurial enabler organization is required. CORE is playing that facilitation role in Lawrence and Douglas County. According to the Kauffman Foundation, vibrant ecosystems succeed in 4 areas: diversity, density, connectivity, and fluidity. With respect to ecosystem development, we need to map all activities and metrics back to these themes. We'll touch on each of these themes, but first it's important to know that to build a company, first-time entrepreneurs need training, a network of peer entrepreneurs, an experienced entrepreneurial mentor, advisors with industry expertise, pitch or business plan help, and an easy way to find all of these services. If we provide these things to entrepreneurs, they are much more likely to stay here and succeed. Historically, resources haven't been accessible to everyone. CORE will make it easier for all entrepreneurs to access resources and capital by listing the resources online and helping entrepreneurs navigate the startup process. CORE's new website, launching in the next few months, will allow early-stage entrepreneurs to register and essentially announce, "I'm here and looking for help." Then we'll connect entrepreneurs with resource providers to make sure folks get the help they need. The site will also list local resources and events and provide tips on getting started. This will enable greater entrepreneurial diversity with respect to demographics and industries. CORE is committed to ensuring that at least 40% of our registrants are women, non-binary, and/or BIPOC entrepreneurs, and currently we're at 56% with 55 entrepreneurs registered. Regarding density, we need to create a continual pipeline of entrepreneurs. We'll register a minimum of 25 each year, which by 2030 will result in 200 entrepreneurs and 500 jobs created with average salaries of 60 grand per year compared to the current median income in Lawrence of 26 grand. This pipeline will build the requisite deal flow to create an angel fund and other programs to further accelerate our ecosystem. The best way to identify and register the pipeline is to hold events that attract early-stage entrepreneurs. An in-flight case study is our first annual pitch competition. We managed to recruit 12 presenters, half of our annual goal, from just one event and a handful of volunteers. Of these companies, 6 are tech, 6 are non-tech, 40% are women and/or BIPOC owned. And this proves the thesis. Special kinds of events plus a registration system will help us identify and grow our pipeline. The pitch competition will occur this Friday at the new KU Alumni Building. Judges will allocate $20,000 in non-dilutive grants to the 12 participants. The public is welcome to watch the pitches from 10 to 3 and join the happy hour and awards ceremony from 5 to 7:30. Please come and please donate to the effort. We're partnering with a number of organizations not on this slide, but participants found or were referred to us by KUIP, undergrad programs at KU and Baker, the KU Alumni Association, the SBDC, the JUMP program funded by the Chamber, the Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge, and the community at large. Now, imagine if we worked together on a series of programs to identify, train, fund, and grow local companies. Our ecosystem would create many more companies and jobs. For the pitch event, KUIP helped fund some of the prize money and will accept one company into their accelerator, and we're building a national mentor network with the KU Alumni Association. When we work together, everyone wins. Unfortunately, there are horror stories from other ecosystems where entities work in silos or fight over budgets and control. Those ecosystems struggle, and it ends up pulling everyone down. We can't let that happen here because every community in America is figuring out how to build their ecosystem, and we don't want to get left behind. So CORE is an open book. Everyone is invited to our meetings. If you want to lead, we welcome the help. We hosted our first quarterly ecosystem roundtable several weeks ago, and our approach at these meetings is simple. What did we say we'd do in the last 90 days? How did we do? What do we want to do next? So please join us and help us build the ecosystem. Finally, fluidity measures spin-off rates, capital reinvestment, and the ability for folks to move from job to job with ease. We need to focus on the other themes first, but fluidity will matter in the long run. Thank you so much to Britt, Sam, and Craig, and to each of you for supporting CORE and our entrepreneurial ecosystem. We really appreciate it, and we know that this will provide a significant boost to our economy in the years ahead. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I can get off if that's what is preferred.
I don't know. I'll leave it up to Brett. Were we answering after each segment or towards the end?
I think you're welcome to ask questions after each segment if you'd like.
Anybody have any questions after that?
Kyle, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
On your slides, you said 56%. There you go. We don't have that. There you go. 56% of current entrepreneurs are women, non-binary, and BIPOC entrepreneurs?
Yeah, registered with CORE. I mean, not in Douglas County, but the ones that we have registered in our system.
And that's an aggregate. So what does that disaggregate number look like?
You mean broken down into women? I'd have to get back to you on that. It is a very diverse crowd. I think 20% of Lawrence is non-white. Candidly speaking, in a lot of ecosystems, it usually is a bunch of white guys. And so we can't make that happen here. And why that happens, of course, is historically white guys have the money. And when white guys know the white guys, it's easier to get that company funded. So that's the purpose of making this registration system online and accessible to all. And it's our commitment that we'll make sure to reach out into all these different communities to make sure that we get everybody registered, which means we're going to have to, no doubt, work harder specifically to address historically underserved groups. And we're doing well so far, but it's early. We're going to have to continue to put a lot of effort into that.
I appreciate that. I would just be interested in knowing what the numbers are. So
Sure.
of that 56%, what percentage of that is women? What percentage of that is BIPOC? What is identified as BIPOC? You're saying non-binary. So
Yeah.
what that looks like. That's all I would be interested in.
Yeah, I'm happy to follow up with that.
With that being said, and I'm going to ask this question of everyone that presents tonight, so be ready. How will you measure success of access? So you're talking about these are programs that are presenting access. So if we're talking about access to all, however you identify, because it's going to look success and access to outcomes is going to look different for women and or BIPOC and or non-binary as it does for just white males. So how do you anticipate measuring success of access?
Well, I think first and foremost, we need to create more companies that are not started by white men. And we need to compare that to, the current rates of women and BIPOC ownership, entrepreneurial ownership. So if we can succeed in continuing to move that number up, and just as importantly, if these registrants say that CORE is helping them get these things, and then subsequently list Lawrence as a great place to start and run a business, then over time, that looks like success. Entrepreneurship's really tough. It requires a lot of direct mentoring and advising and a lot of time. So we won't have success overnight, but if we can get them registered, identify which pieces of help they need, and then make sure that we achieve that, and then we will ask them, is CORE adding value? What can we do better? And we'll be very open with the results of those surveys. So the numbers have to speak for themselves. We're not here to pretend like we're doing a great job just for the sake of it.
Okay. And then my last question is, and this will be for everybody as well, as it relates to the populations that you're serving, whether it's non-binary, LGBTQ, women, or minority-owned business, entrepreneurs, so within the ecosystem, or as we're building out that ecosystem, do you feel that we as a city have the cultural subject matter expertise available for outcomes identified for these populations to succeed? So based on what it is you're hoping to accomplish, do you believe that we have the cultural subject matter experts within our city to make sure that these populations, as identified through our outcomes, to succeed?
I'm certain we do. We have to engage them, and we have to get them involved in the entrepreneurial process. So there's different intersecting, expertise areas. There's generalist entrepreneurial mentors, people who've been entrepreneurs for a decade or more. That kind of expertise is absolutely necessary for a first-time entrepreneur. Then within that person's particular industry, that kind of expertise is also needed. But certainly culturally sensitive expertise and frankly guidance and involvement is very necessary to make sure that, again, back to the network of peer entrepreneurs, if you don't see people like you at these programs, I would imagine you start to not feel welcome, like this isn't home, this isn't my group of people, I guess I don't belong. We have to get everybody together, and that's why this really has to be a group effort. CORE cannot do this by itself. We're not seeking to own the ecosystem, just facilitate gathering up everybody who wants to be involved in ecosystem building, host quarterly ecosystem roundtables, find our gaps, and fill them as efficiently as we can.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Kyle, thanks. I know you've been in this space for a long time and appreciate that. Just curious, you mentioned the website that's going to be launching soon, and some time ago you and I met about some things you were thinking about on websites and what you could do with the ecosystem. Is this website going to have some of those ideas?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's very exciting. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really helpful tool. You can't help who you don't know. So that's why the events that cater to early stage entrepreneurs to get those people out of the woodwork are really important. You have to draw them in. Often they fly underneath the radar because they haven't started a business yet. They don't have a storefront, somewhere. So they often go underserved. And that's when we lose them. That's when they move. And they build their business elsewhere. We have to attract them to events and register them before they move and help them. I was at a Tech Guild event last week, and Jamie Gassman, one of the co-founders of the Tech Guild, said, "Oh, you need to talk to this entrepreneur over there. He's thinking about starting a business. He hasn't yet." He said, "Well, why should I? That's great that you're building the ecosystem here, but why should I stay? Once my girlfriend graduates from college, we're probably out of here." And I said, "Well, if we help you build your business here, get you a mentor, get you advisors, will you stay?" Yes. Help them build their businesses and they will stay. Because that's their support network. Why would you leave your support network? So it's important that we have that support network, and it's explicitly available and obvious to everyone, and we have a lot of events to draw people into that network, and then we roll up our sleeves and help.
Is anybody else? I had one follow-up question. I didn't see on your slides on there, have there been any invitations or any connections made with Haskell?
We have. That role has changed over, and we've reached out a number of times. We recently got a new person who's been identified, and they're on our list, and so we've reached out to them. We haven't yet made inroads there. We've reached out to a couple of native entrepreneurs as well, but it's certainly an area that we need to put a lot of weight in, and frankly, we need help. We need volunteers. We are underwater in throwing together a lot of different things, and so we're committed to doing that work. I would ask the community, please help. We need a couple dozen more volunteers in order to make this happen.
Thank you. All right.
Anything else? All right.
Further questions? Okay. Thank you,
all.
Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle.
Appreciate it.
We're going to have Kevin Kelly of Peaslee Tech present next.
Pointed here somewhere, no? Yeah. Right there. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission tonight and update on things happening at Peaslee Tech. It's one of my favorite things to do. I know that you're familiar with Peaslee Tech, so I won't give a lot of background, but here's a little short version of what Peaslee Tech is, I think. if this goes right. It's all good except you can't hear it. So hopefully a picture tells 1,000 words. Our mission continues as it has from the beginning, and many of you were involved with the early formation of Peasley Tech. We are determined to help support the economic growth of this community through support of area businesses and helping residents find their ways to good jobs and good careers. We are, in fact, we are now even the larger provider of apprenticeship programs in Kansas. In the last 2 weeks, we've had 2 more programs approved by the Kansas Apprenticeship Commission, and we now offer 15 apprenticeship programs. And I think for some that might not be familiar, the thing that is so unique about an apprenticeship is that when a person is enrolled in an apprenticeship with us, they are a full-time benefited employee of a company. So they are not waiting until they finish their training to have a job. They are working in the field that we're training them for. And that is why this model is making such a comeback in the country. You're going to see more and more about it. And we have, that was one of our first adaptations into how do we serve the community. And that was to, one of them is to spread more opportunities for apprenticeships. We now have over 300 apprentices in the field in Douglas County. And as I said, they're people with benefits. They have a job. And so we really feel like this is our continuing point of emphasis. Maybe. And I'll show you the next point of emphasis. Okay. This commission helped us fund the development of the Crunch Center. The Crunch is a business igniter. It's not an incubator. Incubators are slow. And so our job is to help people get up and get going or to support existing organizations in the county. We've had 52 projects since we started in March of last year. And they are a wide variety of projects. We have done 3D printed parts for a plumber. We have housed equipment for building a dog food plant. And currently, we have a house in the Crunch Room that's being built for tenants to homeowners.
Hey.
And it'll come rolling out in the second week of May. So a lot of different types of businesses and organizations are being served. We also host many nonprofit and governmental agencies. Today, the Northeast Kansas Emergency Preparedness Organization held its pre-season meeting before the tornado season gets here with us at Peasley. And we're really happy to have all of our community partners and non-for-profit organizations using that wonderful space in the Crunch Center, which was designed and built by Peasley Tech students. In case you haven't been back there, but I think all of you have, but this is the Crunch Center, a set of small offices for helping people when they're trying to start their companies, and there's also conference room space in there, and then a larger space adjacent to it for bigger type of operations. In addition to another business that's involved with the Crunch Center came actually from KUIP initially. It's called Avium, and they are producing hydrogen right now at Peasley Tech. They're advanced manufacturing the production of hydrogen. This is a little more information on the Crunch Center. And I would also be glad to answer any questions if I could for you now, but that's a little quick overview of the things that have changed since last year. We continue to follow our strategic goals as set by our board, one of which addresses one of the questions that Commissioner Sellers was asking about. Our goal is that the folks that we serve be at twice the population representation in the county. And we have consistently been at 3 times the rate. And that is for underserved populations based on the fields that we're training them in. And that varies a lot, right? I mean, there's some, although it is pretty much universal, whether it be in fields like auto mechanics or construction-related fields, there have been many left out, and we have it as one of our strategic requirements that they not be left out of Peaslee. We do that through a combination of partnerships with a number of organizations, the NAACP, the Department for Children and Family Services, the Vocational Rehabilitation, the Lawrence Workforce Center. We have many, many partners that help us help people find their way to new careers. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Kevin?
Kevin, I had a question. Kind of sort of aligns with that, but not maybe quite. I know you had some legislation that you testified to. Can you speak to that and how it may impact some of the work that you're doing or what Peaslee Tech does in this space?
This year was our second go around. We did 2 years ago on legislation to allow the voters of Douglas County to decide if they want to form a special district for Peaslee Tech for ongoing funding for permanent funding for Peaslee Tech. We had some rough times the first year, but we got through them, and we worked with the people that were opposed, and we went in this year ready to go. And the agenda is so heavy that we don't think we'll get a vote this year. But it will carry over into the next. We don't have to go back again. It'll automatically carry over into the next session. But I'm pleased to say we've had good support from really from throughout the state for this legislation. It's just that there's a massive legislation agenda in Topeka this term.
And I know that there's been some funding opportunities either through the governor's budget or through the legislature with the registered apprenticeship programs, through Spark dollars, with the Arbor dollars that we had on the state level. I know with some of the scholarships, can't remember. Promise, I can't remember which one it is. Are you able to see the impact of those dollars at Peaslee? I know since you're not, it's the defining of what type of institution you are. You're not a 2-year.
Right.
And that piece. So how does that impact your ability for students or those who are interested in the courses that you're offering to be able to capture some of those dollars to maximize their opportunities at Peaslee Tech?
Because of our history of building these apprenticeships over the last 6 years, we were awarded the state apprenticeship expansion and inclusion grant to help fund. It was a $530,000 grant to help fund, just like what you're talking about, to help pay for the tuition for these folks to be able to go to school and while they're earning a living. We also received ARPA funds. This is one of those kind of big stories that it was a change in the federal government, substantially changed one of our programs. But we had ARPA funds that helped us develop our CDL training area, and we have a really great CDL training area. Before the new legislation went into effect that changed how you have to go about getting a commercial license, we had to have someone test about every 5.5 days to meet the demand. It's every 2 days now. We have to have a person passing the test every 2 days in order to keep up with the demand in this community for truck drivers.
Wow.
And so, but ARPA funds, we were able to receive ARPA funds to help support that expansion and development. So we have been, we're actively involved in both private and state grants. We don't participate in the community college grants because we're not a community college, and there's a number of reasons for that, and a number of advantages to that for our community. Not that, I mean, I retired from the community college system, so believe me, I'm glad they're there. Every month I'm glad they're there.
Great.
So.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you, Kevin.
Anything?
Yeah, I was just curious if you've been able to augment your full service of apprenticeships and professions given Panasonic, and you know, any sort of conversations with them.
We're part of the process. Johnson County Community College is the lead, but Peaslee is 15 minutes from the plant. And so we're part of ongoing discussions with Kansas City, Kansas Community College, Johnson County, and Peaslee. We were invited to be part of the recruiting team in Nevada, and we learned a lot about Panasonic from that visit. And I think our focus will be, and what we expect to do, is that our focus will be on people from Lawrence area that are going to work there, of giving them that initial training through Peaslee. So we don't really see our goal or our role to go outside of our community. We're a Lawrence and Douglas County funded organization, and that's where our efforts are at.
Okay. All right. Any further? Oh, all right. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Adam Courtney up to talk about what's happening at the KU Innovation Park.
Might need some help getting this thing going.
It's unique.
Just pretend it's a
No
spreadsheet.
worries. We like to keep you all confused. Okay, this is yours.
Yes.
Okay. So let me get this back up. There you go.
All right, thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and all to speak about spreadsheets makes me want to say happy tax day to everyone. As a quasi-accountant, I feel like I need to say that. I'm Adam Courtney. I'm with the KU Innovation Park. I also have David Springer, the EVP of Business Development for the Innovation Park, here with me as well. We're happy to be here tonight to present an update on the KU Innovation Park and what's happened since the last opportunity we've had to present to you. We'll start with a brief reminder about the unique partnership that the Innovation Park is. It's a collaboration between the city, the county, the university, and the Chamber of Commerce, who came together about 15 years ago to create the organization, which is really built to leverage the assets of the largest economic development asset we have in the region, KU, to create companies that create high-paying jobs. And so our job is to create, recruit, grow, and retain life science and bio companies and tech companies generally. And we do that to make a more modern, diverse, and resilient regional economy. One of the ways we measure our success is through our metrics. And so currently at the end of March, we had 65 companies, 618 direct jobs with $41 million in direct payroll. And so that's how we track our success. Within that, we have about 34% of those companies are women or minority owned, broken down between 23% women owned or founders and 26% minority. And so when you add them together, it equals about 34%. Some of the things we do to encourage the women and minority companies and help make them successful is we take this city county incentive fund that we are given every year or have been given every year, and we leverage 25% of that directed towards those companies specifically, but also try to understand the additional resources that are available in our community, the revolving loan fund created by the chamber, other programs, go to the state level, you look at Network Kansas, the programs that are there, and then on up to the federal level. And so SBA 8A certification are some things that are valuable to those companies and they can leverage for their success. And so also help encourage women and minorities to create companies as well. And so understanding those landscapes, those resources is important to us to be able to reference those tools that are out there and available already. So you can see our historic growth of the park. Our growth rate has been between about 12% and 20%, 20% last year. You look at the growth rate compared to the city and the state that we have here, it's pretty significantly higher, kind of trends on the same level, but just of a magnitude higher. And so we've been successful at continuing to create those jobs, high-paying jobs, and if you look at the average wage, it's about $65,000 per job of those 618 jobs that we have so far. And so when you look at average median wage in the community, we're well above that. Some of the clusters we work with, advanced computing, bioinnovation, sustainability, all of these are strengths of the university as well. And so there's lots of resources for these companies that we can refer them into. We give them access to the university, but also help the university take some of the technologies that they're developing and commercialize those and create companies. And also give them that specialized space that they need for some of that bio and wet lab space, without which there's not a whole lot of inventory in this region. And so having that inventory for them to start out with in the more incubator, accelerator space that we have, but also growth space for those companies as they're growing. Where are they going to grow into? You look at phase 3, it's really a growth opportunity for those companies, without which likely can't find the wet lab space that they really need to continue to grow here. Some of the ways we do that are through our business services. So you can see the things that we do, market validation, business planning, help them access capital, but also give them a conduit into the university to get some of those additional resources. We have a mentor network, and so we just try to leverage all the things in our network and the assets of the university to help them become successful and continue to grow. Currently, you can see we have about $40 million in assets. Those are real estate assets, almost 40,000 square feet of space. Almost 40,000 square feet of that space is wet lab space, so really expensive but highly specialized space that these companies need. And when you think about the city, their commitment to our capital, phase 3 building just opened last August. The city provided $375,000, which we leveraged at the state level for additional funding, went to the Fed and got about $7.8 million there and turned it into a $25 million building. And so when we get city funding, we'd like to go out and leverage it over and over again to really grow that piece of pie and help with our private development that we're doing with the assistance of the city. And so as we think about the future, we've put together a 15-year plan, a pretty aggressive plan. We have 3 phases now. And as we look at 15 years, planning to build out to 10 phases, so 7 more phases over 15 years, pretty aggressive. We've already started thinking about phase 4 and the strengths that we have around some of the national security technologies that are being developed at the university. Phase 5 around bio and the wet lab space that's really needed to continue to grow these companies in this region. And so we're already thinking about those phases, but really taking an aggressive approach to continuing development. You look at what Endowment's doing out there as well with the crossing. Those are amenities that are attractive to our companies and people who want to work in the park. So you think about live, work, play, retail, daycare going out there. And so all important to what we're doing, but also a driver of what they're doing. So it's a push-pull on that crossing with the KU Innovation Park on really leveraging the assets and doing that infill development there on West Campus. And you can see the projected impact at 15 years is about 4,000 jobs and about $266 million in annual payroll, about 600 to 800,000 square feet in the park at that point. For what we're looking at is the business and company growth, really, and not counting what the crossing's focused on. So stand for any questions that you guys might have.
Any questions?
Adam, can you give us an update on the vacancy rates? I know some of our companies moved from phase 1 into phase 2 into phase 3, and it's kind of where we're sitting now.
Yeah, and so Phase 3 opened in August. We're about 85% committed there. We have about 7,000 square feet uncommitted. We have 2 prospects there. We think within the next week to 2 weeks that we'll have our lead prospect committed in that space. If not, we have a backup that would be willing to take that space. So anticipate 100% full by midsummer. Or at least 100% committed. We have some tenant finish that we have to do there. There's 10 companies of the 12 that are going into phase 3 that vacated space that we currently have. And so the occupancy went down, you would think a lot. We're down about 75% to 75% occupancy. So only lost about 25% migrating people over there. Some of those companies went from 2,500 square feet to 11,000. So significant expansion. So while we did have some vacancies open up in the original phase, significant expansion going into the phase 3 building, but also opportunity for us to go back and really get back to startup companies, small companies, and continuing that cycle of taking those small companies and growing them into bigger companies.
Which is why phase 4 and phase 5 are so important.
Exactly.
Any hint at a timeline of that?
We've already are searching for capital there. The assistance of the city and the county, if we can get some stakeholder capital, it's really important when you're going out to try to leverage at the federal level. They want to see match dollars. Even at the state level, they want to see local participation. So we've already are looking for money for phase 4 and 5, and hopeful that we can have something going 24 to 30 months till finish. So really aggressive timeline, but I think it's possible, and we're seeing the demand that would support that as well.
Thank you.
Adam, to that point, when you're leveraging dollars and you're looking at your federal dollars and the match, is your federal match, is that based on what you've been able to collect on the state and local level? So is it like $1 to $1, 3 to 1? What does the match look like for?
Yeah, it depends on the program. And so the disaster recovery funds that we got for phase 3 had an 80-20%. So 80% could come from the Fed, 20%. And so we took the 375 from the city and 375 from the county, raised 425 from the state. And so that gave us enough to raise that $7.8 million for the federal funds that we got. And then we financed the rest of it.
Okay. And then looking at the industry clusters slide that you have, I think it's slide 17, and then in mentioning the growth for phases 4 and phases 5, do you see, since your pipeline is primarily the university, are you seeing the university keep up with the growth that you're wanting to see at KUIP, or is at some point you're creating a plan to be aggressive to recruit individuals into Lawrence to feed some of to fill up KUIP?
Yeah, it's both. Really, when you look at the startup companies we have, they're attractors for bigger companies. And certainly the research capabilities of the university is also an attractor. And so it's a combination of growing companies out of the university. The university's done a good job. They've added an economic development office. Tricia Bergman heads that up. And so it's a real conduit for us to get into the university. It's a sign of their focus on economic development as well. But we're looking at the companies that we're growing as attractors to other companies that come in. A lot of the big companies don't do much R&D anymore. They acquire research and innovation. And so our companies are attractors for those companies to come in and acquire some of that technology that's being developed.
I had a question. That 2036 on that next to last slide, that's with all phases complete, right? Or is that?
Correct. That would be the 15-year plan, right. 10 phases of development.
All right. Any further questions? All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Finally, I'd like to invite Steve Kelly and Joshua Foley from the Chamber and EDC to talk about their activities and efforts.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. Josh is going to lead off, and then I'll follow with a couple of other initiatives.
My name is Joshua Foley, and that wasn't in the plan. But
raise that podium, that's helpful. You have to hold it in.
Maybe all the way.
Let's see.
Dramatically slow.
Well, I know. Star Wars Day. All right. Well, I just wanted to share briefly one of the initiatives that I've been proud to be a part of since I started in September of last year, and that is the development of a revolving loan fund for minority businesses. This had begun as I had started, and I was thrilled to take part in it because of the people I got to work with and the partnerships and programs that we were able to develop partnerships with. One of the things that I'm really excited about is how it matches up with our EDC Rising Together capital campaign and our promises there, as well as the City of Lawrence's Plan 2040 to ensure greater economic opportunities amongst historically marginalized populations, communities, and businesses, as well as the Douglas County Community Health Plan to reduce poverty in Douglas County. All of these initiatives are designed to encourage the growth of minority businesses here, increase those in number, and help to ensure their success. So following some other models and utilizing a BIPOC advisory group to help inform the creation of this program, we've developed a loan program that goes up to $15,000 for approved applicants with a 4% interest rate for 48 months. That's what we've seen utilized in other spaces, and so we think that's a great place to start given the resources we have through our capital campaign and the contributions that the city has put towards that as well. A lot of this has developed, or as it is developed, we've realized our financial review board for approving applications needs to change its makeup. How we think about successful minority-owned businesses needs to change. Financial access and the access to capital for starting up businesses is but one piece of a larger puzzle, of a larger network and a larger system of barriers that prevent the start of minority-owned businesses. So we call this a program, a minority loan program, and through partnerships with Network Kansas and our friends at the Small Business Development Center, we think we've at least got a great start for preparing applicants to be successful in their application, and then continued follow-up to address any challenges that the entrepreneur may encounter along the way, including some of our network. We at the Chamber love to network in our networking events, and so we look forward to sponsoring networking programs for the BIPOC community, entrepreneurs and BIPOC professionals, so that mentorships and relationships can form as appropriate to each of those entrepreneurs' needs. So I will turn it over to Mr. Steve Kelly, and we'll take questions after he comes finished.
Thanks, Josh. I can make this work, even though Josh is tall. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to talk very briefly about target industry growth, which was one of the initiatives within the City Strategic Economic Development Plan, and also a little bit about childcare and how that plays into a variety of different purposes, but also impact some of the PESs of our group. If you look at the target industry list that was developed by Ernst & Young, the 4 items that you see on there are creative and professional services, research and biomedical, computer electronics and IT, and advanced materials and green manufacturing. And these are consistent with a lot of what you saw in Adam's presentation on some of the focuses at KUIP. It's also consistent with many of the initiatives of the university, and it's also consistent with some of the work that we had done 3 or 4 years ago when we were doing some target industry work as the Chamber or EDC. So a lot of consistency there. And part of the commitments, and the Rising Together capital campaign was mentioned, and it's kind of our Bible that we're living by internally. And it had identified that this was an area that we wanted to focus on, and our commitment was to generate or see growth of 300 jobs per year over the next 5 years, or 1,500 jobs in this area. And how do you do that? There are a number of factors that lead to success. One is we need to work with existing companies to help them grow, also identify and bring in new opportunities. We need to support industry cluster development. We need to continue to develop additional buildings and sites that can be the homes for these new businesses or these growing businesses. And we also need to have a significant focus on workforce, including housing and childcare. How are we doing? Our capital campaign, or our new program, 5-year program, kicked off at the beginning of 2022. We don't have the final data for the first year. There are lags in reporting and lags in scrubbing as some of that data comes together. We're working with KUIPSR, and we also worked at Ernst & Young after the campaign, or during the campaign, to identify NAICS codes that would be representative of these various industries, and there are approximately 25 that we're working with. Through mid-year of 2022, so of June of 2022, there had been 119 additional jobs created in the target industry. So the goal was 300. Anecdotally, in my conversations with companies that I've been working with around town, I don't think there's any question that we're going to significantly surpass that 300 goal, but we won't know until the middle of the year, and then we'll come back, we'll make sure that data is available to see how we actually did. But I'm very confident that we're going to surpass that. And again, this is something we're going to continue to track, and the data is not perfect. There are some idiosyncrasies and some little oddities that you come across when you're working on it, but I think it's a good proxy for growth in those industries, and so we're going to continue to track those going forward. You know, when you look at what are the factors, and I mentioned housing and workforce, childcare is a critical issue in that whole spectrum of workforce. And what are the things that make it work? It's housing, it's transportation, it's access to training and education, but childcare comes up consistently as a major issue. Again, in our Rising Together capital campaign and this 5-year plan, we identified childcare as one of the initiatives that we want to pursue and make advancement on. And one of our pledges is that over the course of the 5 years, we're going to add 50 childcare slots per year for 5 years, which is significant, but in light of the challenges and in light of the need, it's still a long ways to go, but it's a significant commitment on our part. Hugh Carter, who all of you know, has been very dedicated to this. It's, you know, kind of his day job plus. He's been very involved in the work of the Community Children's Center, which is making great progress, and you know they're going to open with essentially 63 slots, but with it being also an opportunity where they're going to offer night shift care and also weekend care. You actually get a multiplier effect, so it's probably going to be more on the order of 120 to 140 effective slots. But this is a critical issue. I had a prospect in late last week that toured the community, looked at sites, very interested in the community, and the two things they talked about consistently beyond the sites themselves were workforce and childcare. They're interchangeable. They are, you know, this is an issue. It's not just a Lawrence issue, it's a national issue, but it's something we need to continue to work on. I'm very pleased, and Adam mentioned it in his comments, I believe. You know, there's going to be a child care center on West Campus as part of the crossings development. That's critical. We've got a lot of other things we need to do, but you know, what the Community Children's Center is doing, I think, is a good step, but we need to continue to find ways to support quality child care, early childhood education in any way we can. And Josh and I will stand for questions. Or we would sit for questions if you wanted us to, but we're available either way.
Steve, any update on search for more industrial land as Panasonic comes?
We are having conversations on an ongoing basis. We've identified a couple of properties. Finding landowners who are interested in selling those properties is a bit of a challenge, but we're working on that. We're also working with KDOT on potential access to the property, because the other side of it is obviously you have infrastructure development that would need to take place that the city, the county, the developer would be responsible for. But it's also really important to have quality access to the larger, broader transportation system. So we've had 2 meetings with KDOT, particularly about one parcel that we've looked at and how that could be connected to the system to make it work well. I'm encouraged by the conversations, but it's not moving nearly as fast as I would like to. But we continue to work, and one of the challenges that we have, and I think this is going to be an ongoing challenge, case in point, I had a conversation with a former colleague down in South Central Kansas who talked about they have 1,200 acres of industrial land ready to go, pretty much in one parcel. The land that we have been identifying is coming in 30 acres, 50 acres, maybe 100-acre kinds of parcels. So I think it's going to be very difficult based on where we are, the situation that we have in terms of land ownership, to come up with a very large parcel. But our hope is that, maybe the positives of that is if we have multiple options, they may not be as large, but it gives potential prospects, tenants, a choice of properties. So it's kind of a good thing and a bad thing, but we're very actively working on trying to identify and get something into the inventory because, as it currently stands, Lawrence Venture Park is essentially the industrial property that we have. We certainly have, with the build out of KUIP, that certainly can meet the needs of a segment of the industry population and what we would potentially hope to bring to Lawrence. But the industrial side is really not being met other than with Lawrence Venture Park currently.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Commissioner Sellers, I thought you had another question. Oh, okay. All right.
Very good. Well, again, thank you very much, and we'll provide additional updates as we have more information.
All right. Thank you all. All right. Britt, was that it?
Yes, that concludes the presentation.
I'm so sorry.
It's hard act to follow when it's following Joshua.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, Joshua.
I should have known.
Okay. And then, as this is a work session, this is also open for public comment. Is there any public comment? Any public? All right. Sherry, is there any public comment online?
No, there is not.
All right. Any further discussion by the commission? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and move us on to regular agenda items. All right. First item up. Thank you guys all for presenting today. Appreciate it. Consider approving to proceed with the design of. Oh, what?
Before we get into.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. All right. We will 10-minute break. Okay. Thanks. All right. We'll take a 10-minute break before agenda items. Thank you. I apologize. All right, bring this meeting back to order. All right, start us off again with regular agenda items. The first one up is consider approving to proceed with the design of a permanent traffic calming installations in Old West Lawrence and authorize the city manager to execute the supplemental agreement with JEO for design. Dustin?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with MSO. And I'll start with a little overview of our traffic calming pilot project in Old West Lawrence, what we've done, how we got to where we are tonight, and then turn it over to our traffic engineering consultant to go through the details of the traffic data and evaluation that he did, and then we'll bring it back for comment and questions. So the Old West Lawrence pilot traffic calming project is part of the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. And the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program was launched in early 2021 as a combined effort to address traffic concerns on a neighborhood-wide scale. And we started this project with an application process that was open to all neighborhoods in the city, and eventually selected Old West Lawrence as our neighborhood for the first pilot project. After the selection was made, city staff, our traffic engineering consultant, JEO, and the neighborhood team held several meetings to identify traffic concerns in the neighborhood and develop a plan to address those concerns. So during the course of the project, we actually designed, implemented, and evaluated 3 separate traffic calming plans. And the evaluation process for each plan included before and after traffic data and feedback heard from the public through 2 Lawrence Listen surveys, a public meeting, project website, and direct communication between project team and the public. Based on the evaluation of the 3 different plans that we tested, the staff recommendation that was approved 5-1 at the March Multimodal Transportation Commission is to permanently install 8 speed humps, 2 speed cushions, 6 chicanes, and 7 traffic circles. It's also recommended to phase the construction over 2 years in order to spread the cost, estimated at $306,000 for construction over 2 years of the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program budget. With that overview, I'd like to turn it over to Stephen Buckley. He's a Senior Traffic Project Engineer with JEO Consultant Group, and he'll go through the details of the traffic analysis that he did. Try and share the slides for him before.
Thank you, Dustin. Good evening, Commissioners. Again, Stephen Buckley with JEO. I want to add that we are tenants at KU Innovation Park, have been for a few years, so we enjoy our space there. We did move into the new building last year, really like it. So here to talk about the pilot project with the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program in Old West Lawrence as our pilot neighborhood. And this project is a part or related to the campaign last year to reduce speeds on local roads down to 25 and do some evaluation of education and enforcement. That was part of our project as well. Let's see, that's over here. I'm left-handed, so I got to use my right hand. Okay. So, as Dustin mentioned, we did try 3 different configurations. So why the first configuration? So we being Dustin and I, first met with the Old West Lawrence traffic safety team back in September of 2021. And in that meeting, I kind of gave a traffic calming 101 presentation to them. We went over all traffic calming techniques, all the tools that were available at our disposal. In that meeting, we heard that the emphasis really was on reducing cut-through traffic, in particular on the local roads through the neighborhood, in particular north-south, 6th to 9th Street. Our first 2 concepts that we talked about went as far as to limit access to the neighborhood. basically converting many of the local roads, and by local roads, I mean pretty much all the streets except for Tennessee and Maine, to like egress only, where people couldn't turn in, they could only turn out. Really treating those streets as local roads, allowing Maine to be the collector, distribute traffic through the neighborhood, but it was determined that that would just put too much pressure on Maine. So we never experimented with that. And the discussion then moved to moving traffic calming from 6th to 9th down to 7th and 8th. And that's what we did. And I don't have a map of it, but this was the configuration with the diverters on Mississippi, where we basically really treated Mississippi as a local road. Mississippi is classified, functionally classified as a local road, and with those diverters, we were really trying to treat it as a local road. We had a number of barriers to prevent north-south traffic cutting through, and that was the first configuration. The second configuration, we made some changes. We removed the diagonal diverter at 8th and Mississippi, really to allow the full functionality of the signal at 9th. What this did is it basically allowed Mississippi to function as a collector to distribute neighborhood traffic to the east half of the neighborhood. It's still classified as a local road, but really as it functions today, it really functions as a collector, especially those south 2 blocks on Mississippi with the traffic signal at 9th. We did leave the median barrier at 7th and Mississippi, again, to try to prevent cut-through traffic on Mississippi. There's also not a signal at 6th, as you know. We took out the barriers in Alabama, Ohio, Louisiana, because those streets really had very low traffic volumes to begin with. And because we did see a sharp increase on traffic, as we'll see in the data, on Michigan and Maine, after the first configuration, we did add some speed humps and cushions on both Michigan, Maine, and Mississippi to lower speeds. So the third configuration, because we were unable to find broad community support, which was really key to the success of this project, for the median barriers, all the barriers were removed. So the third configuration had no diverters, no barriers. It was really all focused on speed control. So we added speed humps and cushions. And again, we increased emphasis on speed reduction with less emphasis, though still important, on trying to reduce the cut-through traffic. And also we wanted to evaluate the effectiveness of other devices like the traffic circles, like the half-lane closures that you see out there today. And this was also a recommendation in large part of the Old West Lawrence traffic safety team. They did a lot of work. They looked at the data that we collected from the first 2 iterations. They canvassed the neighborhood. They walked the neighborhood. And they worked really hard to come up with the plan that we see out there today. So, you're familiar with some of these, but just briefly, these are the traffic calming methods we're using out there. The traffic circle, similar to what's at, this is not 8th and Michigan, but similar to what's at 8th and Michigan, are the traffic circles, which basically will function like a roundabout, but they're not roundabouts. And our goal is to be able to construct these without having to impact the curb returns. Everything will be done inside the intersection. Oops. The chokers or the chicanes, this image is kind of misleading. It's only going to be on one side of the street. If you've been through the neighborhood, you'll see kind of on the entrance on the first block into the neighborhood. You'll kind of see the chicane that's kind of built out from the curb. That's what it's going to look like, extend out about 8 to 10 feet. Just try to, as people enter the neighborhood, just kind of a visual, hey, you're entering a neighborhood, just to try to slow people down. And then finally, of course, the speed humps, which you see all over town, and the speed cushions, which you also see all over town. Speed cushions are used on like emergency routes like Maine to allow emergency vehicles to navigate those without slowing down too much. So that was an image of our version number 3. I'm going to jump down here to the data, because this data really encouraged us. So the before data was collected in, I think about like, it was fall, it was September 2021. So when that before data was collected, September, October 2021, over 3 weeks. We made sure that school was in session. And then the after data was just collected last October of 2022. Also fall, also when school was in session. We counted 24 blocks in the neighborhood. So these are totals of the 24 blocks. If you add up all 24 blocks in the before, you had 21,000 plus vehicles per day. In the after, you had 18,800 vehicles per day, or an 11% change reduction, which is what we wanted to see. Now, of course, Tennessee, which is part of Old West Lawrence, we did count one block on Tennessee. I believe it was the 700 block of Tennessee. That carries like 8,000 vehicles a day. So we threw that out, and then you can see when you remove Tennessee from the equation, our percent change, we actually saw an overall drop in 16%. If we only look at the local roads, which would basically be the streets in the neighborhood other than Tennessee and Maine, which is classified as a collector, we saw a 27% reduction in traffic. Michigan was flat, that 3%, that's important. You'll see that in a minute, why that's important to see in that third iteration. In Maine, although we still saw an increase of 21%, it's down from about 42% that we saw after the first and second iterations. Again, Maine's a collector, and so it would be expected to collect traffic and distribute it to the neighborhood as a whole, but we didn't like seeing a 42% increase of traffic on Maine. That just put too much pressure on Maine. Because again, it's classified as a collector, but visually, it's just another road in the neighborhood. Doesn't look any different than the rest. And then local less Michigan, if you take out Michigan, which is a local, but does carry quite a bit of traffic, we saw a 33% drop in traffic. So all those numbers were really encouraging. Just a quick look at how this looks on a heat map. The green bar, so these are the 24 counts we took. The green blocks basically saw little or no change, between 10% either way, plus or minus. The blue bars saw a decrease in traffic of 10 to 30, and the purple saw a decrease in traffic of greater than 30%. That's what we want to see, is the blue and the purple. The orange were increases of 10 to 30%. That Louisiana, you probably can't see it, but it went from 207 to 231 vehicles a day. So kind of keep that percent increase in perspective. As far as the local road impacts of our third configuration, so this just applies to those blocks functionally classified as local. 17 of the streets saw a significant decrease in volume. 1 saw an increase, that would be that Louisiana block, and 3 were generally unchanged. The speed data was also very encouraging. These are the locations where we installed new humps or cushions. We collected speed data along with the ADT. So the 50th percentile speed is a speed that 50% of the traffic is traveling at or below. The 85th, you may have heard that before, in terms of the traditional method of setting speed limits, or the 80th percentile speed, that's a speed that 85% of the traffic travels at or below. Those are both key things that we look at in traffic engineering, but we saw reductions in both 3, 4, 5, 6, 7% before and after with the speed humps and the speed cushions. So that was encouraging data. And if you look at it on the map, you can see that wherever we installed a speed hump, so the purple, again, is good, which was a speed reduction greater than 3 miles per hour. Wherever we installed a hump or a cushion, we saw a significant reduction in speed. So that was encouraging. If you do compare our first, second, and third iterations, this is more for grins and giggles than anything, but you can kind of see how over the course of the project, the numbers just continue to improve. You know, it was a pilot project. We tried different things. And but two things I want to point out. You can see that after the first and second iteration, Michigan saw an increase in traffic of 25%, 22%. Of course, Michigan's not part of the neighborhoods particularly, so they weren't, you know, the neighborhood didn't like the idea of pushing Old West Lawrence traffic to just pushing it to Michigan. And so we were really happy to see this 3% in the, or basically flat after the third iteration. Maine, again, we had 41% after the first two. We pretty much cut that in half going into the third. And then if we look at the local roads without Michigan, like I talked about earlier, we dropped to 33. So basically, what this shows is over the course of each of our pilots, we continue to improve, continue to see the things we wanted to see when we began this project originally. So in summary, volumes have decreased in Old West Lawrence over the life of the pilot. Traffic volumes on local roads, those roads functionally classified as local, after the third configuration are lower than volumes after the first and second. I already went over those third and fourth bullets, but those are important. Again, Maine's up 21%. Michigan's basically flat from where we started. You know, maybe traffic is learning that over time local roads in Old West Lawrence are not intended as through streets. You know, this is a neighborhood. These are local roads. We don't build subdivisions this way anymore. We don't build them on a grid. But that's how Old West Lawrence was built, you know, over a century ago, and that's a real challenge to try to manage traffic, to allow it to function as a neighborhood, but also as part of a community as a whole. You know, the after data that we collected was taken not long after we did make the changes from iteration 2 to iteration 3. So, you know, I throw it out with the caveat that results may degrade over time as traffic learns, hey, Old West Lawrence is back open, the barriers are gone. But at the time that we collected the data, it still looked really good. Speed data shows speed humps and cushions work. We know that. Overall, the data is encouraging and merits consideration of staged permanent installations as recommended below. And Dustin touched on this. Basically, we're looking at 2 years of construction, the chokers or chicanes and speed hump cushions in year 1, and then year 2 will include the traffic circles. I do want to add that we really weren't able to experiment much with the traffic circles, especially in terms of speed control, because we weren't really able to build a temporary traffic circle. What's out there now is what's going to probably be the inscribed circle. I mean, the center of the circle, but that'll be surrounded by a truck apron. The apron's going to be part of the circle, but it's a truck apron which allows larger vehicles to use it to make their turn. So we really weren't able to experiment much with the traffic circles in terms of speed control. But they were out there, they were part of the pilot, and the intent would be to build those out in year 2. And this is what it will look like. These are all the devices that Dustin just reviewed throughout the neighborhood. Point of reference, so this block here is Mississippi. I got that. No, this is Mississippi right here. Mississippi and Indiana, and then here's Maine over here. So that's all I have, I think. Is this like a bigger? Maybe it's too big.
Dustin, did you have any?
Thanks, Stephen. Yep. Yeah, I don't think I have any particular follow-up. Just stand for comment and questions.
All right. Any questions?
I do have a little clarification on the traffic circles. So the one you showed us an example of is actually more like a roundabout, and the roundabout requires you to go in a certain direction. The traffic circles we've had in the past, so if I understand correctly, for example, the ones between the high school and the university in that neighborhood, Those are traffic circles. Those allow you to turn left, for example, without actually going all the way around. Is that the intention of these? Or is this supposed to operate more like a roundabout?
The intention would be smaller vehicles navigate around the circle, and I believe that's in city code that the intention is to go around, and then larger vehicles can turn in front of the circle if they need to navigate the circle.
Okay, thanks.
What do you, obviously right now the chocos are like full bollards or whatever now. I know we've done some different things like on 21st Street. What are you envisioning as the permanent chocos to look like?
Yep, that's correct. The permanent construction would be similar to what's on 21st Street on the Bike Boulevard with the concrete curb, and I think they have stamped concrete on the top of them. Or there's one at 7th and Tennessee now where the rectangular rapid flashing beacon is. So it would be similar in appearance to those.
Okay. And I know there's, on Main in particular, there's some speed signs out there now. Are those intending to stay, or are those going away?
Those are not intended to be part of the permanent installation. Those signs are fairly new to us, so we haven't had a chance to really deploy them in a long-term scenario. So we're not, I guess, comfortable with the long-term reliability of them yet. But the ones out there now have been out there over a year, so we're.
But those won't stay in the contract?
Not as part of this project.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I guess I have one other question. There was a comment we received about, I guess, an additional, maybe an additional speed hump closer to the intersection of 8th and Main, but I don't see that on this drawing. Is that slightly different?
So it would be.
Is it both?
It's that
I think
the intersection as opposed to.
So it's.
Okay, so that one's.
The triangle just north of 8th Street on Main.
Okay.
Was the.
That's the one of
that was
concern.
one that was tested with the temporary speed hump or speed cushion, and recommending a permanent speed cushion there. Generally in that location north of 8th Street, but again, when we get into design, we would fine-tune that location.
Yeah, I think one of the concerns was it was too close to the intersection. It should be closer to the middle. That's not defined. That still might be moved or discussed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions before I open it up to public comment? I'll wait for you to finish writing, Commissioner Shipley.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Open this up to public comment.
So I'm Grant Sutton. I've lived at 600 block of Mississippi throughout this entire project and 17 years prior. We have regular people running into the traffic chicane on my block, which I think's the correct course of action because it's directing people into oncoming traffic and parked cars. So I don't think it makes sense to have a permanent installation. I have no problem with the speed humps and that reduced traffic speeds on my street, but it was not causing the same sort of problems. We have a funeral home on my street. We have no parking on the side of the street of the traffic chicane. So in every other location in Old West Lawrence that it exists, there's parking on that side of the street, and the traffic chicane serves to distance cars that are traveling down the street from sideswiping cars, which seems like the most useful purpose of the traffic chicanes in my viewpoint. But on my street, we have no parking by no parking signs. I'm told that's no longer enforced by the police, but our law-abiding citizens don't generally disobey marked no parking signs, or they put orange cones around it. During the winter time, I spent 5 hours out in the cold, freezing weather, because I wanted orange traffic cones by the traffic chicane so people could see the contrast of orange versus the white snow on street. I got no response from that. I've had numerous police encounters trying to make them safe on my street. This past Thursday, I don't drive, but my ride came around the corner, almost ran into it. On yesterday, when sorry, that was 2 Thursdays ago. Yesterday, when I went to the library to research the mini roundabouts and settle a discussion with my father about whether you could turn left at them or whether you had to go around to the right of the thing, I spoke with the librarian there, who said she had almost got run over as a pedestrian twice in the first iteration of the traffic chicanes, and she said she'd file a report, but she's since moved out of the neighborhood. I have a house that's 2 doors up from me, and I believe moved out of the neighborhood for the same exact reason. This has been not a very fun process in all sorts of ways. I sent you all an email about my problems specifically with the traffic chicane.
Thank you.
Do I sign in or just talk? Can I just talk?
Your name and...
My name is Charlene Mullenhart, and I live in Old West Lawrence. My experience of this project has been that it's been very divisive in numerous ways, but the most recent survey that I was aware of, that I was asked to participate in, which I did, said that basically people were satisfied with the current setup for the most part. But they did the least popular thing was those bump outs or chicanes, those traffic chicanes that in the survey, 57% of people said they were dissatisfied with those, and 21% didn't care, and 21% were satisfied. So most people were dissatisfied with those. The small traffic circles people were okay with, except if it's going to change so that some vehicles are supposed to go one way and big trucks are supposed to go the other way, so people are going different directions on the same place. That sounds like that would really be a disaster. So I would really urge the city to rethink that one. And then my final point is, if people are basically satisfied with the setup as is, it seems like it should not cost $300,000 to implement it. I read in the Journal World that it was estimated to be $300,000+, and it seems like there could be many better ways for the city to spend that money, like childcare or other kinds of things that were discussed today, as opposed to keeping something that the way it is, basically. So those are my comments. Thank you. Do you want a copy of the survey results, the summary, or no?
Have it?
Sure.
Yep. I'll take it, ma'am.
Okay, there you go. I'll save them.
I'll make sure I'll pass this out.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Charlie Sedlock. I'm chair of the Old West Lawrence Traffic Safety Committee. Thank you for your time to review all of this. Thank you for your time to come out and walk the neighborhood. Thank you for committing to safety. That's what this is about. This is about traffic safety. It's about safety of pedestrians, safety of bicyclists, safety of our kids. I'll mention, when we were talking about jobs, we try and attract my company people from Boston, Chicago, Denver, engineers, business people, and they all are asking, where can I live where I can bike and I can walk? And so this project actually not only is strong, welcoming neighborhoods, but it intersects with all the planks on your strategic management plan. So it weaves into all of those. So thanks for your commitment on that. And also thanks to the staff. Dustin, Stephen have been fantastic to work with, as well as a very diverse committee that we've enlarged throughout this process. Hundreds of man-hours put into this to ensure that all input is taken into consideration and that we're really focused on safety. I urge you guys to vote yes on this. We have a lot of support in the neighborhood. I think what has been learned throughout the last 2 years are great analogs for other neighborhoods and how to improve. In terms of any process improvements, we're more than happy to help the city with lessons learned or anything in this entire process. With regard to the comments from I'm sorry I didn't get the last name, Grant, we'd be happy. He's focused on safety. We'd be happy to hear his viewpoints to the committee. We're focused on safety. I love that kind of energy. We have a couple other folks I want to talk to.
Hello, my name is Katie Oliver, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Old West Lawrence Association officers in support of the recommended plan. Sorry. I am on the Old West Lawrence Association Executive Board as co-president. First, I want to acknowledge that the timeline for this project was much longer than planned or probably desired, but that was really critical to the satisfactory outcome for our neighbors. So approval of this project will increase the safety of traffic, pedestrians, and pets in Old West Lawrence. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to partner with the city on this and the time and effort of all the members of the traffic safety team, JEO consultants, the MMTC. We spent a lot of time in front of them, as well as city staff, especially Dustin. He's really gone out of his way to engage with us and really listen and really get us to this point. If we had come before you with the second version of this pilot, this meeting would not have this tone, I think, of neighborhood support. So we really have come a long way from 6 months ago, and Dustin really made that happen. So thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. Kyle Johnson, resident of Maine. As you know, after version 1 or in parallel to version 1, I was not happy. But I'm really proud of the work that we've done. The traffic safety team expanded. We did a lot of work and have had hundreds of conversations, spent hundreds of hours working together. It's complicated. You know, the neighborhood's structured as a grid to balance everybody's needs and frankly not push too much traffic onto Main, but ensure that we're slowing folks down and trying to limit cut-through traffic. It's a complicated problem to solve. So I'm really happy with the work that we've done. I just wanted to come back up here and let you know I'm no longer mad. I feel good about this situation, and I think we did learn a lot of things with respect to process that could maybe avoid or prevent, as much, miscommunications and frustrations during processes like this. It's just a complicated thing in such a large kind of transformational project. Some studies of neighborhood sentiment showed that, support of this has improved by about 5 to 10x from version 1 to version 3. So again, back to Katie's point of this is a much calmer meeting than it would have been had we proceeded with version 1 or 2. But to Grant's point, and to anybody else's, with maybe a speed hump on Main, feedback on chokers, we asked specifically to Dustin and the engineers, can we make sure that neighborhood feedback is also possible during the design process, where we can refine and dial in those devices so that we can resolve any issues. And I've talked to Grant a number of times and look forward to working during the design process to make sure that we can accommodate as much as possible and make sure that he's happy and everybody else is happy. So I feel good about this and really appreciate the project and the opportunity to have this, implemented hopefully in Old West Lawrence. So I would appreciate your vote for it. Thank you.
Well, Kyle's mood might have improved, but mine has not. So I am still a little surprised that a neighborhood association could do all of this, but it is the case that their own survey said recently that what people wanted is what is there now to remain. So I, like Charlene, have no idea if the city is going to put $306,250 into something, then clearly they're changing what it was that was just the vote. I would encourage you to just hear what the residents had to say. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Yes.
what was your name? I'm sorry.
My name is Sid Schnocky.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'd just like to start off by saying over 300,000 for 10% less traffic in a small neighborhood. Like, I'm not pissed off at this, but this seems like if you really examine it, I'm not sure this is a good use of taxpayer money. And when it comes to like the percentiles, it's like the 50th percentile said the before speeds were 23 to 27 miles per hour, and then the 85th percentile speed was 29 to 31. But one of my questions is why is the speed limit 20 miles per hour on Maine and Mississippi? Staff tonight just said Mississippi acts like a collector and Maine is a collector. In most cities, the speed limit is 30 miles per hour in Kansas. Lawrence has a speed limit of 25 on most roads, but collector streets are, I think in Lawrence, they are 30 miles per hour. So my question is, even by going by a 25 mile per hour speed limit, a 50th percentile speed of 23 to 27 miles per hour is pretty reasonable if it had a 25 mile per hour speed limit like most other streets in Lawrence. So when you compare that, how is this a good use of city funds? And why is the speed limit on Main 20 miles per hour? Because, I mean, if we're going to be doing stuff like, oh, these speeds are too dangerous for this street, I want an answer to why 20 miles is the speed on Main Street. Because just as a delivery driver, comparing it to other collector streets, it doesn't seem like it warrants a 20 mile per hour speed limit, while Alabama, south on 23rd to 27th, that's 30 miles per hour. Like, what's the difference? And I feel safer driving on Maine than I do on Alabama. So that's one question I have. Also, speed humps increase air pollution, and I was just wondering, can we build the traffic circles first and see if that works? And then if it does work, let's not build the rest. And that's the other thing. I think you should be building as least amount as you can and see if what that does. And if that works, don't build the rest, because that's just spending more than we need to. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, Dad, I want to know how many accidents were actually reduced. You talked about speeds going down, so if volume of traffic goes down by 10%, have the actual accidents decreased by 10%. Thank you.
My name is Todd Sutton. I live at 1404 Lawrence Avenue, so I'm outside of the Old West Lawrence neighborhood specifically. Grant, my son, has spoken a moment ago about one specific item, and he sent you a letter about that, and I endorse his concerns that way. But I'd like to go beyond that stuff, specifically this overall neighborhood traffic management program. I understand this project was supposed to be a pilot study for that program to help the engineering department develop and administer that traffic management program, establish some citywide criteria. It is that sort of stuff that seems to be missing out of this process at this point. I think I've got 3 questions here I think you should be asking and going forward with here. What did this pilot study reveal beyond some specific numbers in here? 2 takeaways I took out of the lessons learned portion of JEO's final report. They encouraged having a neutral party making the decisions on this. Now, that may be the city engineering staff. It may be somebody like JEO as a consultant. Certainly, the neighborhood associations need a seat at the table in there, but the decision-making needs to be as a neutral party looking at citywide interests that way. The other aspect in that set of lessons learned that I took out was size of project. This being a 30-some block area is a very large project to evaluate that way. So it doesn't seem to be consistent with what they were recommending. Second question, what criteria are supposed to be used citywide in this traffic management program? This study used 3 days of traffic measurements at each site, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I'm not sure why Monday and Friday, and I'm not sure why the weekends aren't in there. Is total traffic volume in a 24-hour period the right measure in there? Is this what the city should be using? Peak volume as well. If most of the traffic is at a rush hour period that generates 80%, 60%, whatever the number might be, that seems more important to me than perhaps the total traffic. Maximum average speeds. Collector-type streets are going to have different speeds than that. So as you go forward with the overall program, what criteria are supposed to be used in? And coming back to this project, were those criteria exceeded to begin with? Many of those streets don't seem to have a lot of traffic on there. So thank you for your time.
Roger Browning. I live at 9th and Alabama. I've lived in the Old West Lawrence neighborhood for 40 years, raised a family of a couple children and handfuls of pets, and haven't lost anything to the horrible traffic in Old West Lawrence. What I've seen is a project that has grown way beyond what it should have. It's well over-engineered and with very little solution. Everybody in the neighborhood still wants their pizza to be delivered and their Grubhub and their Amazon packages, but also we have fire trucks and ambulances, street cleaners, snow plows, trash trucks that all have to be able to negotiate through the streets. Things like chicanes, which inhibit traffic and can't be seen very well, that cause property damage. Median dividers that they're putting on streets that have no stop signs coming to them, but the people going the other way have stop signs. Makes no sense. You create an intersection where people can only turn right, so people now have to drive 3 or 4 blocks around this obstruction. In a neighborhood they're already committed to driving in, why extend their drive time? I think that if the simple, easiest solution, if you want to control flow through traffic and reduce speed, is to create a 4-way stop at every intersection. Old West Lawrence is currently set up with like a stop sign at every other street with rare exception. If you want to control traffic and flow through, that's the way to do it without putting obstructions that create hindrance to the people that are in the neighborhood that need to get to the businesses, the schools, the nursery school, the churches, the vet, the shops that are there. There's no reason to create obstructions in the traffic to make it difficult to get through where you need to. That's all this structure is doing. So thank you.
Are there any more, is there any more public comment out in the gallery there? If not, I will go.
I've already spoken, but I have one question.
Uh,
Are chicanes dangerous to bicycles? That's
That can be something that we can bring up, but the public comment in this aspect is over. Is there any public comment online, Sherry?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay, bringing it back to us. Any discussion?
I did have a question. I did wonder as well about the order of the investment. Sorry, my computer fell asleep. Why the chicanes and the bumps first as opposed to the circles?
No particular reason for the order, and there is potential to swap around. We would do all of the design at one time and then bid the projects individually, but there is, definitely an opportunity to do the circles first if that's the direction.
Would the plan be, though, to keep the temporary measures? I mean, like, whatever, if you did the speed humps first, would you keep those temporaries, what are the traffic circles out there today until you replace them, or would you take down the temporary ones at some point before you built new ones? I assumed you keep them in place until you built the one, but I'm asking.
That's a conversation that's ongoing within MSO of, how exactly we would stage that if the temporary would be removed all at once, or if it would be in place until the permanent is installed.
I'm just jumping real quick. In regards to the chicanes themselves, I know that the design process is still ongoing. It's not finalized. Within that, will any any sort of incidents or accident incidents be taken into account with the chicanes and their location on that?
Definitely, that would be part of our design process, is to review the crash data. And I have, I've talked to Grant as well and reviewed the crash data for the 600 block of Mississippi where he lives and where he's concerned. And there have not been any reported crashes since that device was installed in October.
Question on the chicanes on 21st Street. Do we have any data on whether or not they have caused damage to cars, vehicles, or property?
I guess I'm not aware of data regarding property damage. I think we do have data regarding the before and after speed and volume on 21st Street. I'm not up to speed on it, but we have done that analysis as that was, also kind of our first bike boulevard project. So we are still evaluating that.
I'm not sure if you're do you know how many, I know multimodal often gets requests for speed humps and other things. Do you know how many unfunded speed humps we have on the list? Roughly. I'm not, won't hold you to it.
No, we don't have a current list. I know when the previous traffic calming policy was repealed and then revised into the neighborhood traffic management program, there was a backlog of, I think, 18 to 20 speed humps that had been evaluated, approved, but not funded. And just anecdotally, I mean, between myself and PD, we get speeding complaints multiple times a week.
There was a question about the speed limit on Main. Is that, it is 20 miles per hour, correct?
Correct, yep.
Is that common for, I don't know if I disagree that for a collector, that's pretty uncommon, but how long has it been 20? Hasn't it, did we change that, or has it always been 20?
That did not change with this project. I know it's been 20 as long as I can remember, and well before my time. the
That's what I
city, so I'm not sure when or how or why that was made 20, but every street within Old West Lawrence is 20.
Thank you.
Sir, I do see your hand up, but public comment is over. Sorry.
I think I'm just to your question there about collectors not commonly being 20. I do recall that Osdale, however we want to say it, was reduced and is it's a collector or an arterial, and that's also unusual. But that was in relation to the traffic calming and the 21st Street changes. So we have precedent for that.
Okay. So what are we?
I have a question. I was trying to formulate it in my head. Mr. Sutton brought up an interesting question, and I'm trying to trace back the history of this program based on the resolution that was noted in the staff memo. Is the idea, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so is it the idea that the neighborhood traffic management program, which was delayed, and it started, the pilot was Old West Lawrence. So from this process, I assume, and we're not in the ending of it, so I don't know if you have any preliminary report data to share. You kind of shared it in your presentation. But as this program has been slowly implemented, do you have anything to share about this process as it relates to the 5 areas, the education, encouragement, enforcement, evaluation, engineering piece? Do you have something that speaks to that? I know we've kind of heard it in presentation. I don't see anything that pulls to that. So, is the idea that we are operationalizing those 5 E's through this pilot program, and as we finish our final payment, if this is voted on, and if it's voted on and approved, that then you would come back and share what the next round of this process would look like, so on and so forth. Walk me through that.
Okay.
I think that's where it's trying to bring the two together, and how do we close this out and tie it up and button it up real nicely, hopefully.
Definitely, and yeah, we did have the combined rollout of kind of all the 5E approach in early 2021, and we have lessons learned from each phase of that combined rollout that we intend to roll into a revision of the neighborhood traffic management program. And so that would be kind of, as soon as we get direction on this project, I'm going to be working on revising the policy, and that revised policy would go to Multimodal Transportation Commission, and then back here for approval of the revision of the program as a whole. But again, taking all the lessons learned that we've had over the course of the past 2 years and refining the program, improving the program.
Okay. And as far as the program, as it relates to what Commissioner Shipley brought up with Osdale, Uzdal, I think when I was in school, we called it Weedall. We just named it whatever. Was that project part of this program? I mean, the resolution predates it to 2003, so I'm just trying to figure out, why are we just now starting in 2021? And that might predate you, but
that was kind of right when I started
Okay.
in the city, but I believe so Osdal was part of the 21st Street Bike Boulevard, and I think that specific project kind of fell in the interim between when the previous traffic calming policy was repealed and before the neighborhood traffic management program was adopted. So it was a kind of standalone bike boulevard project. It was not part of the neighborhood traffic management program.
I was worried Jeff Crick was going to jump on and tell us how horribly we were mispronouncing here, so thank you, Jeff, for not jumping on.
And to piggyback on what Commissioner Sellers said, in regards to this project and the feedback process, will you be determining formal, will there be formal spaces to go ahead and do it? To go ahead and reach out before the design process is complete, to go ahead and get that feedback and kind of refine it a little bit?
Yep, so that's something I talked about with the neighborhood team when we met, I think last month, just what the public engagement process would look like during design. And, just as the city staff, we would develop a public engagement plan at the beginning of the design process.
Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on this?
I mean, I've got all kinds.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to start with the comments?
Sure.
So I'm really pleased by where we've gotten with this, and particularly the work the neighborhoods have done. And I don't want to dismiss how stressful some of these parts of this process were for the neighborhood, but the city and the neighborhood both learned a lot, and I don't want to dismiss that either. I think it also, for better or worse, has cultivated a new generation of neighborhood leaders and activists who had not gotten involved before, and I know are now on the boards and are getting more involved with their neighborhood, and that creates cohesion, and I'm really pleased to see that. That's the Lawrence that I want to know and love. So I'm really grateful for that part of this. I also kind of want to say that I appreciate the comments about the cost of this, but I would also put that 306, is it, in perspective, which is that a traffic light costs $350,000. I know that from experience, and a traffic light does literally the opposite of what we're trying to do here, which frankly causes people to speed when you don't want them to and create more dangerous situations, particularly when they're trying to make a light or turning right and not looking for bicycles or pedestrians. So those are some examples where I look at this and I think I would try to put something in perspective and what I owe the taxpayers and how we use their money is, I feel like that in that context, this is a very good deal. This is a bargain because I think it is actually going to do what the neighborhood needs it to do. So I think those are some pieces of my thoughts. Let other commissioners say what they have, but those are some pieces of my reasoning.
Yes, I would agree with Commissioner Shipley. I'm happy that there's not as many people who are dissatisfied. I mean, within this process, there will always be people that are satisfied or dissatisfied, but that's part of the process itself. But the collaboration and engagement is also a good part of it, and I'm glad that you were able to engage in that space, and others were as well. But that being said, the fact as well that even after this, before the design process, there's still room to go ahead and modify and make those changes as well, gives me about as much optimism as I can have. So I would be supporting this.
Not much to add, but besides that, I would note two other things, I guess. One is I appreciate the approach of the neighborhood approach. I mean, the previous attempts will, someone would come in and say, there's 5 of us on our street, and traffic's too fast in our street, can you put a speed hump in? And, it wasn't looking at how that speed hump would affect the neighbors on the next street or otherwise. And then, of course, you didn't know exactly what that one speed hump in that one location would do. And so we had a very hit and miss sort of process. And so looking at all these together, I think makes a big difference. Obviously, we tried some configurations that are much less popular than this one, and we heard about that. And I think traffic calming devices are not universally liked, and so I certainly understand folks who don't like them, but I guess in part that's one of the reasons they work, because people don't like them, and it does slow them down, and they are worried that their car will be injured, or there'll be personal property damage, or they're worried that they might get hit, and those sorts of things slow people down and make them think. And so certainly they are unpopular in some respects, but I think that's part of the goal. Again, we had some specific comments like on locations, and I know those are still going to be worked on, so I appreciate that. Finally, I'd say, another part of this is, trying to slow down of our whole project. I forget the name of our project, to slow speeds down around town without necessarily having increased enforcement and police officers sitting. And again, a good example of one traffic signal, $350,000, but having police officers sit in the multiple locations, trying to slow people down by the use of radar or otherwise, one, is not all that effective, and two, is expensive in and of itself on multiple levels. And so, again, understand it's not universally popular, but I do think it's a good step forward, and look forward to using this again in other neighborhoods, maybe a little smoother, maybe a little quicker, but I think get to similar results.
I'm glad Mr. Sutton brought up, through his processing, the importance of having a neutral party. I do remember when this first came before us early on in my tenure as a commissioner, I wasn't as hopeful for this as some of you were. It was very tense, and I think you could see where there was a little bit of separation between the neighborhood, and maybe where some didn't think their voice was being heard, and that an entity was speaking for them. And so there is value in neutrality, whether that is the consultant, whether that is the city. I don't know if the city could be the neutral party in this. But there is value in having neutrality for this very purpose, because there is no monolith tone within a neighborhood association, having experienced that in my mother's own neighborhood when dealing with their own traffic calming discussions, and there was a lot to that. So I empathize, but I'm also happy to see that you all were able to process through that. No matter how long it took, you processed it. You were the pilot, so time is irrelevant to the pilot piece. With that said, I believe that this is a good plan. The concerns with the chokers, chicanes, that might be because of the temporary configuration. That's why there may have been some issues. Don't know if the final configuration will have, if that could change with the final configuration. With that being said, it may be advantageous for us, or for the design and implementation, that we don't start with them. Since the presentation did show that there was reduction based in the areas where there were the calmings, where there were the traffic circles and the speed bumps, all those things. So to perhaps start with those. I know, just speaking to it, I don't know how my other fellow commissioners feel about that, but there may be value in starting with those designs and seeing how that impacts with the chokers, and if that changes. Being someone, when I first saw this, not utilizing Old West Lawrence to cut through, I think I was programmed when I started here as a student that you go all the way down to where you're supposed to go, whether it's Tennessee, and that's what you did. I never thought of cutting through the neighborhood to do that, and then I tried to do it with the temporary calming devices up, and Yeah, I learned not to do it again. Yeah, so you made a believer out of me because it slowed me down and kept me from actually driving through the neighborhood. But I think there is value in this. I mean, the sticker price may shock so many of us because we don't live in that world. And I think Commissioner Shipley did a wonderful job of sharing that, and Commissioner Finkeldye bringing that up and kind of putting the rubber stamp on it. So I think we have something here. I know it's always difficult being the guinea pig first out of the block to do it, but I think there's a precedence being set here, and I hope Old West Lawrence and the Neighborhood Association and the neighborhood, we can build from this, and that we may not mitigate everything, but in hopes of what we do, maybe those hiccups we saw or some of those increases, that they do go away. And I'm hopeful of that. But I think we got to I think there's promise in this if we can move forward with the project.
Okay. Given that, I would entertain a motion.
I would motion to approve to proceed with design of the permanent traffic calming installations in Old West Lawrence and authorize the city manager to execute the supplemental agreement with JEO for design.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Assuming there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Passes 4-0.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. All right, we'll give everybody a chance to go ahead and get out and get settled. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Would you guys be able to take that outside? I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
One more item.
All right. Item 2. Consider an appeal from the Planning Commission's denial of a variance requested from Section 20-810E2 Street Connections of the Subdivision Regulations. The variance is associated with the revised preliminary development plan PDP-22-00178 for 6th and Monterey Way, PCD, Planned Commercial District. The appeal was submitted by Land Plan Engineering on behalf of Beverly G. and Robert J. Morgan, property owners of record. Who is...
Do we need to do ex parte for
Oh, yes, we do need to do
better
ex
do it
parte
now.
for this. Good call.
You need to do it.
Yeah.
I spoke with the Morgans. There they are.
I also spoke with the Morgans, I don't think, via email. Yes.
I spoke with the Morgans and actually went out to the lot in question and looked at the area.
Same, spoke with the Morgans, went there. I think everything we discussed is in the staff report you'll hear tonight.
I did tour the lot as well, but absent the Morgan. All right.
Looks like Mary's online, I think.
Okie doke.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, there's yours.
Planner, and I'll be sharing my screen. Oh, I'm not able yet. Could someone enable my screen sharing? There you go.
Yeah, you should be able to. There you go.
Yeah, thanks. And as you mentioned, this is a appeal from a variance denial that's associated with the preliminary development plan for the 6th and Monterey Way planned commercial development. The Planning Commission denied a variance request from Section 20-810E2I of the subregs, which requires streets to connect to adjoining lands and existing and proposed streets. And then the applicant did file an appeal from this action within the 30-day period provided by code. And appeals from the Planning Commission Act decisions are made to the City Commission. So the City Commission can vote to approve the appeal, which would be an approval of the variance and would allow the development to move forward without the street connection. Or the City Commission can vote to deny the appeal, which would uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the variance and would require the street connection with the development. And I'm just going to very briefly provide an overview of the project. The subject property is highlighted in yellow. It's one of the last remaining undeveloped parcels in the 6th and Monterey Way planned development. This property was included in previous development plans as apartment development, and previously the entire property. In 2015, a development plan was submitted to divide that property into 2 lots and allow the detached dwelling and contractor shop to remain on the eastern lot, and in a smaller lot with apartment plan as approved in 2015. In 2015, planning staff provided a memo to the City Commission with a review of the plan, asking if the commission would allow the connection of Morgan Lane to Comet Lane. Previously, this connection was not, as the property was not included in the benefit district for Comet Lane. And at the time then in 2015, the City Commission noted they had no objection to Morgan Lane connecting Comet Lane at the time. The connection to Comet Lane was required with the approval of the 2015 revised preliminary development plan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to click on that. But implementation was deferred until the subject property was developed. And the reason for that is the property to the east already had a home and a garage, so there was very minor changes needed for the detached dwelling and contractor shop. And the more significant development would be on the subject property. In 2022, a revised preliminary development plan was submitted, proposing to change the building types from apartments or multi-dwelling structures to detached dwellings. The figure on the bottom is the preliminary development plan. It shows the detached dwellings. The 2 access points on Morgan Lane are kept, but the number of dwelling units was reduced. The applicant requested a variance from the requirement to connect Morgan Lane to Comet Lane, and the area circled is where that connection would be. And the variance request was from Section 20-810E2I, which states that street connections shall provide access to adjoining lands, existing and proposed streets. And so, as I mentioned, this area in the circle is the area that remains for the connection. With the 2015 revised preliminary development plan, a small parcel was identified between the Morgan and Comet Lanes. It's approximately 149 square feet. That was not in an easement or in the right-of-way. And planning and the applicant agreed at the time that the applicant would determine the owner of the property and the city would acquire the right-of-way or easement to allow the connection. At the February 22nd Planning Commission meeting, the applicant indicated they had researched the Register of Deeds files and determined the ownership. And so staff will work with Scott Wagner, an analyst with Municipal Services and Operations, on the acquisition of the easement of either the easement or the right-of-way if the street connection is required. That is, if the appeal is denied. The first step would be to do a title record to confirm or determine the ownership. And then the second step would be acquire the right-of-way or easement on that 149 square foot parcel. The Planning Commission considered this variance request at the February 22nd meeting, along with the revised preliminary development plan and a parking modification. The Commission voted unanimously to forward the preliminary development plan and the parking modification to the City Commission with recommendations for approval and voted 6-3 to deny the variance. The Planning Commission's action on the variance is based on the approval criteria provided in Section 20-813G2 of the Subdivision Regulations. This section notes that the Planning Commission may approve a variance when all 3 of the approval criteria have been met. The Commission's discussion on the variance is included in the meeting video, But the principal concern was that the unnecessary hardship criteria was not met. And these criteria would also be considered by the City Commission with considering this appeal, because in effect, you're considering the variance again. And all three would need to be found to be met in order to approve the appeal and grant the variance. The unnecessary hardship criteria, this is the definition of unnecessary hardship provided in the subdivision regulations. The condition resulting from the application of these regulations when viewing the property in its environment that is so unreasonable as to become an arbitrary and capricious interference with the basic right of private property ownership, or convincing proof exists that it is impossible to use the property for a conforming use, or sufficient factors exist to constitute a hardship that would in effect deprive the owner of their property without compensation. Mere financial loss or the loss of a potential financial advantage does not constitute unnecessary hardship. And the primary justification provided for the variance was the cost associated with the construction. The applicant provided a list of reasons for the appeal or the variance to be granted, and these were reviewed in the staff memo that's in your packet, and I'll be happy to respond if you have any questions on these. Some of the reasons were engineering in nature. So the Municipal Services and Operations Engineer is present at the meeting tonight if you have any questions on those reasonings. As I mentioned, the City Commission has two possible actions tonight. One is to deny the appeal, which would uphold the Planning Commission's action on the variance and require the street to be connected with the development, and this is staff's recommendation. The other option is to approve the appeal, which would allow the development to move forward without the street connection. And I'll stop sharing now. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any. As I mentioned, we have some engineers from MSO if you have questions on the engineering reasons for the variance, and the applicant is also present today.
Thank you, Mary. All right, open up for questions.
I just want to make sure I understood the land purchase. Just to be clear, at this point you have no idea how much that will cost the city. Am I right?
I don't, Scott Wagner indicated that the cost of the title record would be about $150. I don't know what a easement on a 149 square foot piece of property would cost, but he might be able to, or one of the engineers might be able to tell you if they've done easements of that size before. I don't think it would be cost prohibitive, but I don't know.
Are you still waiting?
Okay. I'd rather hear from the applicant first.
Yeah. All right. If there's no other questions, then.
No, I said I have questions, but I want to hear from the applicant first.
Okay. I don't. Anybody else has? So, CL.
C.L. Maurer with Land Plan Engineering. I also have Alan Ballot here. He's the architect that did the layouts for all the buildings. And we have Morgan is here also. And then Alan's with others here also. So Alan's in good health, so ready to rock and roll in this. What I want to do, can we share my screen and go to my submittal that I did? That's very top of your list on this staff report.
You mean it's on the agenda, but
Yeah, it's on the agenda. If you could just go to that, and then I can just kind of go through.
It would just be on the agenda item.
Or how? It's in the packet. I just don't know how to get there to. I don't know if I can just hit the PDF or.
Let's see.
Just want to keep. Just go to page down.
Which one is it? Because it'll take me straight there, because these are lengthy.
I don't know which one. Because it's there you go.
Okay.
That's it.
This is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
And keep,
Then-
oh, good. Share your screen.
Here? This is where you want to start? Okay.
There you go.
should be able to.
Zoom in
Yeah.
someplace.
Um,
It was top for a second.
There you
There
go.
it is.
And then you can just kind of center it here if you need to.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Do it one more time. Okay. This piece of property is unplatted, or was unplatted. At least part of what we're working on now is unplatted. Morgan's house is platted. Just to kind of go through the history, just north of this piece, which is called Monterey Place, and that's when the street was installed. That was done by an access easement. That's a private street. It's built with 25-foot back of curb to back of curb, and at the old development code, that was allowed for a private street. I'll get back to that in a little bit. The easement is 30-foot wide. At that point in time, that's what was required. 15-foot was on Morgan's property, 15-foot was on this Monterey Place. So that street's been installed. I would actually call it a driveway. It has parking off of it, 90 degrees. So that 25-foot occasionally has cars pulling out, backing out on it. And so it is not a public street per se, it's a private street. There's an agreement between Monterey Place, the final plat, and the Morgans to maintain that 25-foot up to the cul-de-sac. And it was built just short of that cul-de-sac. I passed out earlier, you have copies of it. There's a water line, because this was a PCD, a final development plan, and with that, there was no public improvement plans done, but there was public improvement plan on the water line and on the storm sewer. The public improvement plans you see in front of you shows the grading plan that shows how the street was going to be constructed and how those grades were going to work with the water line, which then was signed off by this, how long it's been, Roger Coffey, who was at that time the utility director, and Therese Gorman, who was the city engineer. So there's a comment in the staff report that says the 25 feet width was constructed incorrectly and not per development plan. As you see the grading plan, it shows exactly the same curb and gutter as you see on the preliminary development plan and final development plan of this. So the 25 foot is what was built. So it's not a public street, it is a private street, and the agreement to maintain that street is between these two owners. Has nothing to do with Comet Lane people, nothing to do with anybody east of there that you've asked to connect this street through. That's where, on some of my comments, this is where it gets a little rough. Who's going to maintain that street? These two property owners. Who's going to do the snow removal? These two property owners. This is commercial going through a residential area. Anywhere else, you would tell us we can't connect those together. We shouldn't connect those together. There's been a lot of planning commission, there's been a lot of city commissions, and people get up here and complain about they don't want to cut through traffic. You just heard about it, to go to commercial areas. Here you're saying we need to have it. I don't understand the inconsistencies, but go on to the next slide. This little area we're talking about that's 150 feet square. As you see, that is just short of where we stopped the street. And that, how that happened is strange, but it's through the process the original property owner owned over here where the apartments is, which is now called Canyon Court, owned a little 15, 17 foot wide strip all the way to here. H&H was done, they did half the cul-de-sac, 50 foot of it was dedicated. A few years later, a 40-foot easement was brought down all the way to that H&H. That's how the right-of-way easement got with this line on this east side. That's right-of-way the city owns today. That's been dedicated, whatever. But when Mr. Compton sold this to, or bought this, he didn't realize that he owned all the way to there. Don't know why, couldn't tell you why. When the final plat was done, this little corner on this side was dedicated. And this little bit of what was left was dedicated. That was already there, but there was a little sliver in here that wasn't. So that's how that got dedicated. When we did Monterey Place, they did the other little bit of dedication. This one just got left behind. Now, I believe it's still owned by Doug Compton, but without a title search, you don't know that. But I believe he's the one that still owns that property. I've noticed on the GIS map, they've already updated how this thing looks today, and they're still a little off, because if you go up here to this final plat, you'll see that, if I zoom in, here, see that little arrowhead there, and this little straight line shows where that was 40 foot. That's how that got dedicated, and that's how that little square was left behind. I couldn't tell you why, but it is. So I understand the connection, but we'll have to do something with that. Somebody has to. It's out of our control. So let's talk about what it looks like today. We talk about adding landscapes, trying to screen from the commercial to the residential. That's what it looks like today. It's nice. It's understory trees. Yeah, it doesn't look pretty. But right now you go over there and it's all greenery. You won't see any of that commercial. You don't see anything to the east on here. So we have apartments to the north. Has not a single tree, shrub, or anything. This is at least some sort of buffer from that area. That all goes away when I stick this street through here. Utilities, these are pictures of utility easements that are there today. This guardrail that's there today, that was approved by the city to be installed. So I understand everybody's saying, well, they should have gone ahead and done it. It wasn't happening. That fire hydrant, as you can see where the top of that fire hydrant, you see where the bottom of that truck is, that's the difference. It's 3.5 feet. Now there's a 10% rule in the city that I can't go over 10% on a drive. Well, to do that, I think my next photo shows, that's drainage, that's the same thing. I don't know if I go back that far. There we go. As you see, the street goes up, but now I'll have to come back this far and cut all that street out. And then the only way to keep that within that 30-foot access easement is to put a retaining wall on either side of that. Now, if it's over 30 inches, I've got to have guardrails. That's this code. I'm not here saying that, yeah, it would be great to connect this. What I'm saying is I don't have the room to do that. And the people that's going to pay for this, it's not just the Morgans. We need to involve the people of these apartment complex. So I understand what everybody wants, but I don't know how to get there without a lot of extra work. And I know that they say it's cost. The other thing that's going to happen, as the green line shows here and here, that's the retaining walls to maintain that. They'll ask for a sidewalk on both sides of these streets. That's city standard. The next thing you're going to ask me to is a ramp on each one of these sides. And then I got to figure out how to get that ramp to this other ramp. And I've fought with this a lot. They'll want a sidewalk all the way around that cul-de-sac. Now, whether we do it or whether you do it, somebody's going to ask for connectivity with this. They can't walk to this sidewalk and walk into that cul-de-sac. Not allowed according to MSO. So the only way to do that is show that sidewalk all the way around and back to there. These are things that aren't in her staff report, or aren't even talked about, didn't talk about during the Planning Commission meeting. We didn't get that far in the discussion. That's why I brought it to attention now. That's requirements we have to do. And then I understand, yes, I saw where she said there's ample parking. Well, the people aren't using it. I can't tell you why they're not using it. I didn't go to the door and ask them. But they have the right. There's no parking, no signs that said they can't park there. But it is today. That's what they're using it for. They're using it for a lot, parking lot all the way around. I don't know why. Can't tell you. They just know that's what they do. And then then they park a lot. I mean, these are different days I went out there and took pictures. It wasn't just one day. Here's what I'm worried about. When we take all this commercial drive, when we connect it, we've got 18 or 20 stalls along here. People are going to back out onto this. If it's a 5 o'clock, and these people are coming home, these people want to leave, I don't know how we're going to stop that. I don't know what, you know what's going to happen or could happen, because these people aren't going to be looking for that traffic connection. No other city street has somebody backing up into that, a cross street like that. You do downtown, but it's angles. It's not 90 degrees. Angles make a little difference on how to get in and out. So, and I understand the undue hardship, part of it is not financial. Well, some of this is not financial. It has to do with what the access I have. I only have 30-foot wide to put in, that 25-foot drive to put it up. Means I got to have retaining walls to keep it within that 30-foot area. And the utilities, yes, we'll have to move all those. But it just doesn't stop there. Sidewalks we got to deal with. So it's not, and and maybe the sidewalks, maybe that's the give between the two. Maybe we figure out how to get the sidewalk up to there. That way you still have connectivity if somebody wants to walk from this single family up in that area. I just throw that out for an idea. So don't know how to get it accomplished, but we'll figure out something. So, questions? Thank you.
I think we're
Question
for staff.
What you got?
Oh,
I hear from staff.
okay. All right. Staff?
We have any engineers on line that can,
Hi. Yeah, I've prepared for this item also, so any questions?
So to the point that was made in regards to the retaining wall and building that out, has staff looked into that and to the claims that's being made by Lance Plain that there may be some difficulty in accomplishing that?
Yeah, we reviewed all the information and acknowledge that it's a challenge, but it's not impossible. And our expectation would still be to build the street to the city standards.
Do you have another question you think you're formulating?
Go on.
Can you, obviously it's not a city street, it's a private drive, but do we have examples, I mean, looking at connecting that private drive into like the middle of a cul-de-sac, is that common? I mean, that seems like a weird connection where you're going to be coming in not 90 degrees, you're coming into a semicircle, and how do you control that access? Is that a stop sign? Is that do we have any other examples in town of connecting into the middle of a cul-de-sac?
I'm not familiar off the top of my head. I know I used to live on a cul-de-sac, but it did have two streets coming in 90 degrees to each other. Somewhat challenging at times, but I lived there 13 years and didn't see any crashes.
So how would you control that intersection? Would there be a stop sign from Morgan Lane? I mean, because you can't really put one in the cul-de-sac, so it wouldn't be a two-way. It's a two-way stop. How would you control that intersection?
That would need to have an engineering study to determine if a stop sign or yield sign was warranted.
Okay. Then my other question is, I was trying to think, do we have other, again, this is not a public street, but a private street. I mean, I assume we don't have any public streets in which we have 90-degree parking backing onto the street? We might have some private streets.
Some streets that I can think of that have the 90-degree that backs out onto the public street. Massachusetts Street, kind of across from Dillon's, there's the apartment complex that has 90-degree parking adjacent to Mass Street and Cotton's in front.
similar.
That's good. Thank you. I hadn't thought of those. That's good. Okay.
Do we know how wide those streets are?
Massachusetts Street that I just mentioned, or the
Yeah. Because the street in question, the private, Morgan is 25. I imagine that those streets are wider.
definitely Massachusetts is 4 lanes through that area that has those angled spots. I know there's smaller 90-degree lots onto public streets, like East Lawrence. I think it's 12th and Delaware. There's I believe a hairstylist, and then they have a few spots that back onto Delaware. There are locations. I know we try to avoid it, but a lot of those have been established.
I'm going to pivot real quick. So in reviewing the January meeting, and I know, Randy, you were brought in on the conversation with the timeline of what triggered that the Morgans had to complete the easement, or had to complete the road through, and what may or may not have triggered it. And I guess the piece I didn't understand was it was agreed upon in 2000 because they weren't part of the benefit district, since they weren't participating in the benefit district, that there was no need to connect the two. Then when the preliminary development plan went back in front of the commission in 2016, because there was the adding of the contractors piece, nothing in relation to the density, because the density changed from the multifamily to wanting to do single, but that when it came to the commission, there was no mentioning of connecting the two streets, but that it was a staff recommendation to bring that to the commission's attention to, was it to correct it? Was it to, I guess that's the part I wasn't understanding as far as it coming back. Was it just to clean something up? Was there, I don't know, about why it was brought back by staff at the time when it got to the point to the commission that there was no need to connect the two roads together.
Commissioner, I can answer that, or I can respond to that. When we were reviewing the application, staff felt that connectivity is what we would want. But then we saw that the City Commission in 2000 had said there could not be connectivity because they didn't participate in the benefit district. So before we moved ahead and told the applicant we wanted the connection, we came to the City Commission and asked if they stood by the prohibition or if it'd be okay for them to connect. You know, benefit district has been done, and the City Commission said they had no opposition to the connection. So when we went back and completed our review, we told the applicant we wanted the connection. They didn't object. So that preliminary development plan went forward with the connection. So when it came to the City Commission for a vote, it had the connection. There was no variance at that time. Okay.
If that was a public street, how wide would it be?
27 foot back to back.
27.
I guess, and we do require other new private streets to meet that criteria as well.
When maybe a little out of left field, when there's an HOA that builds a road that's not up to city standards, do we require them to make it 27 feet, 25 feet, 23 feet, or we let them do whatever they're going to do?
I guess new developments we would require the
If it's going to be a private?
Yes, even for private streets.
Okay. Because I know sometimes they want us to take one over and it's not up to our standards. It's never going to happen. Okay.
Where we at? Public comment?
Yeah, I was just waiting on you to see if you had any further questions.
I mean, I can bring them all day, but
Okay. With that, I'll open it up for public comment. And looks like we got some.
Well, I've met with most of you, but I don't really see a specific need for why it needs to be opened up to Comet Lane. And one of the main objections I would have is that the apartment complex sits on Comet Lane, but that there would be no reason for people in that apartment complex to come up, and they have 7th Street that is available to them, which is a city street, to get to Monterey Way. The main traffic that's going to come, if it's opened up, is going to come from all the construction equipment area that is back behind, that's parking on the cul-de-sac right now. Those are the people that would be coming and probably charging down Morgan Lane if they could. I mean, they also don't have to go 250 feet maybe to get to 7th Street, which is a public street. At that point, we're going to have to maintain that street, plus do whatever expenses involved, and it would be extensive to connect, to get all that connection going up there. Basically, it's a pretty quiet area, and we're putting in, we're proposing 16 homes that would go in there. They would have adequate access to Monterey Way. It wouldn't be difficult. Like right behind us is Sharon Court and Christie Court maybe, and there are well over 40 duplexes in that area that have one access in and out, and that's on Monterey Way. So I don't see it being a big issue in terms of traffic. I think Alan did traffic studies, and at the most, there's not a lot of traffic that is happening in that area. I've lived there for a long time, and I can't really remember more than one car in front of me, and generally none pulling onto Monterey Way. So, but I have had an experience when I was going down Morgan Lane from my home, which is at the east end, when somebody was pulling out of that 90-degree angle lot, and it's difficult to see if you're backing up to see somebody coming down the street. And so I was almost hit doing that. I think that's difficult. It would be a challenge to have people parking at a 90-degree angle, and there are 2 stretches of that in that apartment complex. So it's difficult to say, well, you can't do that anymore. You've been there for 20-some years, so now you have to change your plan. So if I thought there was a real reason, it's not that the people at the end of that cul-de-sac don't have access to both Monterey Way off of 7th Street, which is a public street, and then a direct line to get with Comet to 6th Street.
Time.
Do you have any questions for me?
Nope. Thank you. Any further public comment?
I'm reluctant to speak because I'm having a hard time speaking at this time. This is what happened here 2 months ago. I have 2 things to say. When we were doing these streets before, connecting the streets of the 2 was it was a comment that became a part of the improvement. Since we have been reducing the amount of density from 36 apartments down to 16 single-family dwellings, the density has changed dramatically from having the 60s on that street down to having 16 single families. I don't really think it's necessary to go to the expense for that comment to continue, because one of the other things that Mary does not mention is in our plan 2020 or 2040, we're trying to connect infill lots with affordable housing. And if we have to add $100, $150 or $150,000 to a street, that just goes to the property line or cost to the property line. It doesn't affect insurance or property anybody's. It just collects as a, I want to say this, it increases the cost of the lot, period. So that means the affordable housing of that lot gets greater, not less. And that's all we were trying to do in this situation. I'm going to keep it at that, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Sherry, is there any other public comment in here? Seeing none. Sherry, is there any public comment online?
No, there is not.
All right, I'll bring it back.
So, you got questions?
I do.
Okay.
Just real quick. For either Mary or Justin. So I'm looking at the slide again for unnecessary hardship. And minus the first paragraph. And so it says, or convincing proof exists that it is impossible to use the property for a conforming use, or sufficient factors exist to constitute a hardship that would in effect deprive the owner of their property without compensation. So I'm looking at that line specifically. What is staff's interpretation of that as it relates to unnecessary hardship? I know that in the initial appeal, the financial piece was argued. I'm asking, what is staff's interpretation under unnecessary hardship, the piece around sufficient factors exists to constitute a hardship that would in effect deprive the owner of the property without compensation?
Right, that would be similar to a taking. You know, we have some properties that have setbacks that take up all but maybe 50 square foot of a lot. And if you didn't get a variance, you actually could not use your lot for anything. And that would be a taking. That would deprive you of the use of your property. You know, having to maybe put in a retaining wall to build a road doesn't deprive you of the use of your property. You may have to go through additional steps, but you can still use your property. So that's how I see that line. It's not a taking. They could still use the property, they could still develop it, and they could still have the detached dwellings, but they would just have to go through the process of connecting the road.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I try something out before we argue the three? I just want to try something out. Okay. When I read the language about the connectivity, my reaction is that it is connected. It's connected to Monterey Way. And I would make the same argument about Comet Lane. So I guess what I would want to figure out is, can we refute staff's particular interpretation of this situation without digging into these three? Really getting too far into the three factors. I guess what I'm saying is I hate to do this, disagree with the premise or the interpretation by staff. Therefore, no. Don't see this as necessary. Commissioner Finkeldine, do you hear what I'm saying?
I'm not sure. Are you saying that you're not sure a variance is required at all?
If I believe that this private road is connected because it's connected to Monterey Way, and the Comet Lane is connected to 7th Street and 6th Street, then I'm not seeing where there's a lack of connectivity being demanded by that.
Don't look at me for legal interpretation. That's interesting.
Commissioner, if you looked at section, what is it, 2810 E2, which requires connections, and you believe that it is connected and that this is not needed for connection, that is within your prerogative. And then there would be no variance, but as the staff has done through the code, they believe that this would be needed as a connection as we connect streets and everything. But if the city commission was of a different mind, that's totally within your purview and you have that authority.
I guess I think I see where you're going, Commissioner Shipley, but I would say two things. I'm actually looking at it under number criteria item 3 more than I am. I mean, I do understand the premise of more connectivity, the better. And so I would not want to make a finding that I don't disagree with the staff that in general, this connection would be the appropriate connection to have multiple connections here. I also don't disagree. You know, I do think, you know, the hardship, unnecessary hardship is always a very tough one for any person requesting a variance to meet. And I'm not sure it satisfies the requirements here either. And again, I'd be a little worried about setting a precedent on our interpretation of that. You know, I guess, you know, I do think your point might fall closer under criteria 2, the proposed variance is in harmony with the intended purpose of these regulations. I mean, I think your argument might be that you know, the intended purpose of the regulations of connectivity, you know, are not, can be met with it while granting this variance. So I think I would probably make that argument more under 2 than I would otherwise. But I guess the one I was thinking more about is the public health, safety, and welfare will be protected. You know, the staff finding on that is the variance would not impact the public health, safety, and welfare because generally, you know, more transportation options spread traffic among various routes. I mean, really, that's it, right? That's the staff's finding on that. I guess I'm concerned that I think we could make a finding that with the 90-degree parking along there on a narrower than normal road, that I'm concerned, and that an increased traffic, particularly commercial traffic, through that residential area might not protect the public health, safety, and welfare. Second, I would note, and I appreciate Dustin's response, you know, under 20, you know, section 2810E, what is it? I was looking through these earlier. E3, little 3, streets shall intersect as nearly as possible at right angles. And again, I'm concerned about connecting this into that roundabout where people traditionally park, and then how they're coming into there and trying to make that connection. I think that could be an unsafe connection there. So I am leaning towards granting the variance based upon criteria 3 and finding that the variance would actually help protect the public health, safety, and welfare as opposed to requiring that street to go through. And I think you might make an argument, Commissioner Shipley, on number 2 criteria.
So then hypothetically, and this is for Dustin or Mary, if we were to open it up and Morgan was to connect to Comet, my first thought is that not only could it, for option 3, the health and safety, that was where my first inclination went. So I knew 3 was satisfied. 2 was an interesting, I think you can also use the parking as well. You can use it for 2 or 3, in my opinion, because it is impacting the harmony of the intended purpose of that particular private lot. So I can see that as well. When you take into account opening it up, yes, you could potentially open up a connectivity to Commissioner Shipley's point that Morgan connects to Monterey, so that, and then there are the staff call them the accessory, the access easements in between the apartment complex that connects to 7th as well, which that's an option. So that connects to 7th and that connects to Monterey Way and Comet. So that's still connection. My concern is that taking a private street up into a public not only would impact some of the construction traffic utilizing that on a narrow street, but even to the point that we've seen with our traffic study, folks may cut from Monterey up a private street to go through Comet to bypass the intersection of Monterey and 6th. I don't want to put that into the atmosphere, but that's a possibility. And I've seen traffic increase. There's been times where I've been backed up and trying to get into the turning lane because of the traffic that sits on Monterey, whether or not it's turning and heading back east on 6th, or folks in Jacksonville apartments are trying to turn out, or so on and so forth. So, with that being a private street, the Morgans are responsible for the upkeep of that street. And I think, for me, in simplicity, that's an unnecessary hardship. And so that might be me thinking simplistically, but again, I don't see this as any rhyme or reason to justify other than we need to have a complete, a connectivity there, but we're going back and forth about what that connectivity, what satisfies connectivity. Are there levels to that satisfaction of connectivity? Is this too much connectivity? Is that even something that could be said? So for me, I see that there's value in granting the variance because of the fact that we can say, well, this street is, this is done en masse, 90-degree turns can be done here. With traffic going back and forth, it's just, are we creating an issue that we don't need to create simply because we want to hold close to all of these criteria are not met as it relates to unnecessary hardship? And I think for me, that's not a precedence I want to make, and I don't think we necessarily have to, because it's pretty plain in front of us that it's not, I don't think it's necessary in this case, so I'm going on.
Yeah. Well, I hope we have agreement on those 2 things, but as you were talking, it kind of occurred to me Randy, shoot me down, please. If we demand that they open this up and people actually do use it, and they're responsible for the upkeep, in a sense, is that a taking by making them take care of the upkeep on a road we refuse to take care of?
A private road is a private road, and oftentimes we have connections to private roads with other streets. So, that is something that needs to be taken into account. How these interact, but a private street is a private street. I would also point out that, when you're looking at the variances, all 3 of the factors have to be considered and found in favor, just to under the city code.
Right.
So it's all 3, it's an and. So they have to find undue hardship, they have to find that it's in harmony with the regulations, and also that it will not, that it will protect the health, safety, and welfare if it's granted. So just to let you know that all 3 have to be met.
Thank you. Well, then in that case, feeling that you can't stop people from using this private road, public people from using this private road.
Mhm. I feel like that accounts for number 2.
I was still happy with what I was saying
Well,
about number 2.
I'm not, no.
And they are connected. Those people are perfectly connected. And if you want to make the argument that they're connected to, that would be an arterial. Well, there are people who live on cul-de-sacs that aren't that connected. And there are people who live on dead-end streets that aren't that connected. And we allow dead-end streets. So, again, I would say they got plenty of connectivity there.
Where I'm at is I hesitate because of, even though there are going to be 16 individual homes there, they're going to be directed if they want to go anywhere other than Monterey Way through that apartment complex and to go up there and through. So.
As well as the access, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, if that's completed, yes. Well, yeah, the access isn't, I'm sorry, the far east one. That
And
goes
the
all.
apartment complex owns half the road.
Yeah.
So that it won't increase each,
No, I'm talking about when when it's completed.
The
down there.
other
Yeah,
apartment
yeah,
complex.
yeah. And granted, it's not going to be a lot of cars, but it still will be going, it'll be more cars than were going through there before.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I guess staff agrees with that concern that of the new traffic from this development using the apartment parking lot as the cut through.
Right. I mean, as far as I can see with in layman eyes.
Mary, for my own thoughts on ease, I asked you for an interpretation of sufficient factors. Can you share your interpretation of option 2, convincing proof exists that it's impossible to use the property for a conforming use?
Yes, well, if you have a property and you're in a zoning district, you have a specific number of uses. And if the standards are such that you can't put it on that property, I don't know if the setbacks would be so large that you couldn't put a restaurant on this little piece of property and so that you couldn't use it for a conforming use. You might be able to put a non-conforming use. I mean, that is talking about uses there. And there's no issues with the uses. The apartments are conforming uses. So there's no issue with using it for a conforming use. And Randy may have a different interpretation of that, but that's how I see that.
I agree with Mary on that. That's related to the two uses of the property within a particular zoning district.
We seem like you're formulating over there, Commissioner Finkelday.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. I'm embarrassed to say I forgot that we had to meet all three.
Oh,
I knew that, but I forgot that, and I was focused on 2 and 3, and so I'm grappling with number 1 on undue hardship. I feel pretty good about 2 and 3, but I'm struggling on 1. CL, do you have what would you articulate as the undue hardship here?
Well, you're saying that if we don't do this connectivity, we can't put the single family on there.
Right.
So that is a hardship. She just said it. She said, you can use that property as long as you do this. We don't do that. We can't use that property. The second thing is he said that you'll have cut-through traffic through the apartments. Those access easements, there's an agreement between the two property owners that they can use that as cut-through. That's why they're there. So his statement about that's cut-through traffic, that's not cut-through traffic. They can go through that apartment complex to 7th Street. That's why Morgan Lane is private. That was the whole concept behind a PUD.
So it's an allowed use, not a cut-through. It's supposed to happen.
It's supposed to have it. So there's your connectivity you've asked for too. We've still got both of that. One thing we don't have is connection to the cul-de-sac, and we don't need it, just like you brought up. We have connectivity all around. So, but according to Mary's definition about use of property, if you're saying we can't, unless we connect, we can't use the single family. So no use on that property.
Right.
Unless we put one house on there, sell it for a large house, and then they just connect to Morgan Lane. Thank you.
So from Morgan Lane to 7th Street, which parallels comment, that is that's a cross-access easement?
But it doesn't connect.
No, I know, the one parallel.
But there's then two access easements that goes from Morgan Lane to 7th Street.
No idea. Mary, did you look at that cross-access easement as a connectivity, a second connectivity to Morgan Lane?
No, I see that it's there, but it is, even though the term cut through might be seen as meaning not permitted traffic, but cut through just means you're cutting through another property. Even though it's permitted, you're still driving through another property. You're driving through the parking lot. So it is an access to the north. And with connectivity, you're looking at connecting to the adjacent properties, not just to the street from which, that you have access or frontage on. The idea is to extend streets throughout. So we have more of a grid pattern, and we're trying to get away from the cul-de-sac design that was popular maybe 20 years ago, where we ended up with all these neighborhoods with cul-de-sacs, and you really couldn't have an easy way to get through the neighborhood. So we did look at that traffic through the parking lot, but driving, directing people through parking lots of other apartment complexes isn't what I see as like adequate connection.
Dustin asked this question before, but would the city, if we made this connection, would the city want to make any changes to that cul-de-sac to make that a better functioning connection? I guess I worry about traffic someone coming down Morgan Lane and entering into that kind of weird cul-de-sac. I mean, would we allow parking still on that cul-de-sac? Would we eliminate parking? Would we ask for that cul-de-sac to be turned more into a 90-degree turn? I mean, are you seeing any changes that we would make to our street there?
I guess I'm personally not seeing any changes to the cul-de-sac with the connection, but all of those details would be reviewed with the public improvement plans.
As part of that, would there be a traffic study plan as well? Or is that?
I think they've already done the traffic study as part of the this process to determine how much new traffic they're generating. But I guess we probably would ask them to take a closer look at the alignment of that intersection and the potential traffic control at the intersection at the cul-de-sac.
Can I clarify something I'm pretty sure I understand, but when sometimes people use the word precedent in this, or, in the BZA and those factors, similar factors, but we don't use precedent quite in that way. This is this issue, we will rule on this thing, and it will not affect other things we do in the future.
That is correct, Commissioner. These are decided on a case-by-case basis. The factors are usually always different. You might have a similar case, but there might be something to distinguish it. So we don't usually use these as precedent. You know, like we granted a case in 2011, therefore we have to grant this. That ties your hands. You are free to make a decision on a case-by-case basis as it comes in, as long as you apply the factors and apply those factors to or the law to the facts and do it correctly.
So, Commissioner Finkelday, if you're not still mid-thought, I didn't want to zero in on arbitrary and capricious here, but I'm going to try it on. If the intention is for this to be a private road, we are making it impossible to use it as a private road.
Like, that's something. Dustin, I have a question for you, though. Can you pull up page 35 of in the packet?
This one?
Yeah, and then zoom in on the connection there. So I guess this is my question. If I'm coming down Morgan Lane and I want to turn left, where do I stop? I mean, where's the line? You know, like normally there would be like a line and a stop sign. I mean, with that curved road there, do I stop backwards or do I proceed into the cul-de-sac before turning left? You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm confused by how I would navigate a left turn there.
And I'm not sure it's well defined. Again, I lived on this similar situation, and
that's just how it was.
Yeah, there was confusion, especially people unfamiliar with it, and left turns were the most challenging to.
And same if I'm coming down Common Lane, I want to take a right.
Who has it right away?
That's a little easier.
But then as it relates to the commercial property there, who has right away? So if I'm in, because there's the contractors, if they're coming out and there's traffic, who has right away?
Unless there was traffic control, like a stop or yield sign, it would be the rules of the road that,
Okay.
you know, whoever arrives first or yield to the right.
Okay. No. Okay.
Still cooking, Commissioner?
Well, I guess, I mean, I don't like the connection, but I'm struggling with how to satisfy the undue hardship. And I don't think it makes sense to make this connection, but I'm struggling with the undue hardship one.
Wow.
Randy, do you have any thoughts or pointers for me there? And you don't have to have any, you can say no.
You know, when looking at it, just use the common sense and totality of the circumstances, and, you know, we try to make the best decisions that we can for the city. So that's the advice I can give you.
Appreciate that.
Did anybody have any questions of Mr. Balot? Looks like he's standing for questions.
You're okay.
Okay.
I'll ask Alan, does he have an argument on the unnecessary hardship?
I was on board of the zoning appeals for 20 years. You use the same laying on variances as you do on this.
Yes.
Okay? And the other thing is Mary's been doing this for years as well as I have, and you can take those 3 variances and you can make my way or you can make it your way. Okay? That's the difficult part on being in a board like this. And I don't think you're correct that granting a variance is this for the rest of our life. It's for only this variance. Every variance like this goes only with the property and doesn't go on with somebody else. Does that make sense?
That's helpful. Thank you, Alan.
Okay.
I'm glad you're back.
Yes.
So I'll try it again. Can I get you on number 1?
Say it again.
Can I get you on the condition resulting from application of these regulations when viewing the property and its environment is so unreasonable as to become an arbitrary and capricious interference?
Well, I like that better than the other 2 in this situation. I mean, okay, sure. I mean, I do struggle, as Alan said. I mean, I want to make sure we're applying these correctly. And I certainly appreciate Mary and Dustin's position on this and the staff's position on this. And it is, given the criteria, it is a very close call in my mind. But I will go along with your analysis, and I'll vote to grant the variance on the in this particular case, on the arbitrary capricious interference on 1, the purpose we talked about earlier on criteria 2, and that public health, safety, and welfare will actually be protected by granting this variance.
Is that everything you need, Randy, besides our motion?
I like that.
I didn't know if you need findings of
Done
fact.
deliberating. If you
Okay.
come to decisions, you guys can make a motion whenever you're ready to go. I don't need anything further at all.
You ready for a motion, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
I would move to grant the appeal on the variance requested from Section 2810-2-I of the Subdivision Regulations, and grant the variance for the reasons stated during our discussion.
Second.
All right. We have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. All right.
Motion carried.
Motion carries 3-1.
There we go.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to commission items. Are there any commission items?
I have commission items. Couple. One is there any way in a city manager's report, I know that the legislature is coming back for veto session. SB 8 passed before the legislature went on adjournment. And SB 8 was a mega tax bill that had 20 different tax bills in it. And some of them were concerning, and I do believe on a couple of those we may have provided opposition testimony on. So it'd be nice to know, I haven't heard anything in regards to the governor's office vetoing that. So it would be nice to know if there's, what the impact if those bills go, and I mean, it may be after sine die that we won't know and the dust settles, but it would be nice to have an update on if that bill if it passes and it stands and the governor signs it, what's going to be the impact for us, because that's going to come in handy during budget talks. Second is the, hold on. So there is, let me get my notes together, sorry. So there are several entities within the city and state that are working with a group advancing racial and health justice through right to counsel for tenants facing eviction. So that work is there is a consortium, so we do have representation from Leah Roslin from the city, as well as some county representation on that group. And there is an opportunity for the county to submit a proposal for the Eviction Diversion Initiative Grant Program. And there is a need for letters of support for doing this work for a right to counsel. And I'm trying to find my email. Sorry. There it is. And so, again, there is examples within the state of what success to the right to counsel looks like. And I know that it's being done in Sedgwick County, and there was support from the city in Sedgwick County to move forward with the program. There is a need for a letter of support. Like I said, the grant application, I do believe, is due on Friday. And Gabby Sprague, who's with the county, was wanting to get that letter submitted by Thursday. So they were wanting to know if the city could provide a letter of support for them to apply for the program. And if we could get that to them by noon Thursday. So one, I wanted to engage the commission on providing a letter of support and to direct staff to draft that letter, at least in this case, or at least direct staff or directly to draft a letter of support for moving forward in this grant submission. I know that was kind of choppy, but.
I had an initial question. Staff, is that something you would be able to do?
I believe so. I think we have Deborah Barnes, who works in Tony's office, who's been helping with preparing testimony, and this kind of falls in the same category as that. And so between her and Leah and other staff, I think we could probably get something put together if that's what the commission desires.
Okay, and does the commission desire that?
I like supporting grant applications.
I would be in favor as well.
Wonderful. And lastly, another request for staff. We do have, I know a couple of weeks ago I did direct staff to provide us with a study session on childcare and its impact and how the city plays a role in that. It was good to have a teaser of that from several of our conferees this evening. With that being said, there is a state, the Kansas Children's Cabinet Trust Fund, or the Children's Cabinet Trust Fund, does have a community accelerator grant application that's out. And the RFP is out. Several of our community partners, whether it's whether it is Children's CCC, so Children's Care Center, I don't know why it's late and I'm drawing a blank here, as well as Hilltop and Lawrence Arts Center are potential applicants for the grant funds. One of the criterias for it that the trust fund is asking is for grantees to provide letters of support for this work, and the grantees, if selected, or the applicants will have to show in their application how there is collaboration between local partners as well as with city and county entities. And since this is something that's part of our strategic plan, it's part of the Chamber's strategic plan, and this work is going to be, collaboration is going to be integral in this as it relates to economic development. I would be interested, or I'd like to discuss with the commission, entertaining having staff or directing staff to prepare some type of resolution that could be utilized by all of the applicants, stating our support and commitment to addressing childcare shortages and access to childcare for these grantees. So essentially providing a letter of support, or we can do it in resolution form, however.
I guess I think it's within the strategic plan. I'm not sure we have.
We've already done that for Hilltop. They requested that directly to the mayor and Craig, and considering that it's part of our, I think, strategic plan and in line with the legislative priority statements, that we've done that for them. So I don't see that it would be an issue. But they made a request, and that has been done for Hilltop.
So any other entity that's applying for those grant dollars, we just need to direct them to staff to provide the same letter that they did for Hilltop?
Yeah, Hilltop sent us a draft letter that we edited and then sent. So yeah,
Okay.
we could do that same thing. I would have.
Hey, sounds great.
Would they be going to you, Sherry? Or-
I think it would be appropriate to send to the mayor and Craig,
Okay.
and then they would forward that to us.
Wonderful. That is all I have.
And
Oh,
then, can I just be clear on the first one, the report on the city manager's report, just that we have a majority that would like staff to bring a report on that back? I just didn't, there wasn't good discussion on that one.
On the
on SB 8,
Yeah, we're good with,
is everyone okay with city manager's report on SB 8?
Just an update on that.
yeah, okay, yeah,
okay.
that's fine.
I assume so, but I always like to make
Yeah.
sure
Yeah.
that it's directing staff.
If it's all right with the commission, I'm not going to make a commitment on like a 30-day turnaround time until I've had a chance to visit with staff.
Yeah, I don't think
Acceptable.
it's probably.
Like you said, sine die, and
Yeah.
it might, but at some point when it's appropriate, we'll bring one back.
That would be wonderful. And then I'll just take a quick point of personal privilege to wish my mother a happy Earth Day birthday. Her birthday's on Earth Day, so I doubt she's still up watching me right now, so at least it's recorded and I can show it to her when I see her on Saturday.
I'll wave just in case.
Yeah.
All right. On to the city manager's report.
It's that point in the evening, isn't it? Mayor and Commissioner, there's just two items on your, Vice Mayor, excuse me, two items on your city manager's report tonight. And one is the utility billing report for March, and the other is our future agendas memo. So happy to answer questions. I think there's staff on the call too, if there's questions.
Okay. Any questions regarding either of those items?
Nope.
Vice Mayor, if I could just point out, because Commissioner Sellers had mentioned asking for a study session regarding childcare, and I'm not going to say it correctly, but we had, our economic development team is going to do that as part of their their strategic plan, their
Right.
next strategic plan presentation, the Britt and her team.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why it's not listed on the future agenda item report, because it'll be a part of that. But just to let you know, staff is going to have some of the, they're going to present.
It's going to be incorporated in
information on
that. Got it.
Okay. Thank you for the update, Sherry. All right. Not really seeing any comment on our side for that. With that, I will open it up for Commissioner Sellers. Did you have anything to? Oh, okay. Yes.
I was just trying not to yawn.
All right. With that, I'll go ahead and this is a public comment item. Open it up for public comment. If anyone had any public comment on either of these items. Not in here. Online. Do we have anyone, Sherry?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Bringing it back. All right. Looking like there's no further discussion. Go ahead and move on.
Move to adjourn.
Wait.
Oh,
Calendar. Mission calendar. Anything look amiss? Any comment?
Looks good.
Yeah. Since we're getting towards the end of the month, I will just note for the record that I will be absent at the May 9th meeting.
The May 9th.
Yeah, May 9th.
Okay.
As much as I would love to join you at 3 o'clock
Mhm.
Mountain Time or Pacific Time, don't want to.
Looking ahead, just because you said that, I'm going to be gone on the June 14th meeting.
Okay.
Well, that's a long time from now.
It's not on here, so it doesn't exist.
I know.
Yeah, that's.
The 13th, whatever that day is, 13th, 14th, whatever.
All right. Thank you for those notes. Okay, now, end of the big show. Anybody want to make a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unopposed. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Great work,
Good night.
Vice Mayor Little John. Nice job.
All right.
Old hat.
Yeah.